Apparently I'm live. Oh, standing landlord again for the time being. Yeah, I've turned that off. There we go. Sorted. Hello everyone. Blimey, 7 people watching already, jeez. Do you people not have lives? Kent will be along shortly. So he says. And I need to put a link, don't I? Invite. Although I can't pin it. Cheers. Nice brew. How are we all then? Come on, there's other people who said they would join in. Been busy designing some new merchandise. We might have a collaboration on the cards. I'm very well, Steve. How are you? Hope you're enjoying your shirt. Look what I've got. Mince pie. Short crust mince pie as well. Crunchy. You don't want to hear me eating, so I'll leave that until somebody else comes in. What do they call that? Misphonia or something? I can't stand it. Don't know why. It's weird. Talking to things I can't stand.
Fuck off.
Well, I can't stand so close to you.
Oh, very good.
Very good.
Very good, yes. How are you?
All right, yeah, not too bad.
Good.
I haven't got anything to do tonight, so I've got no right. I wrote it last night. I thought, if I could get out of the way.
Nice one. Never hurts to give yourself a bit of a free one, does it?
Well, no. Although, actually saying that, I've got to do one tomorrow. But I'll do that tomorrow. Tomorrow's tomorrow. Have I got? No, hang on. Have I got to do one tomorrow? What's the date today? 12th.
Yes.
Oh no, that's next week. I've got to do one on the Wednesday.
Nice.
Okay, no, that's cool. So I haven't got to do one tomorrow. All right, off. Lovely jubbly.
What should I go with? Hang on. Oh, that's a bit.
I like your sign.
Yeah. Yeah, dry wipe, so that's going to change with every pub now.
Everyone likes a good dry wipe.
Okay. Have you seen Rick Beato's Wakeman interview yet?
I haven't seen it in its entirety yet. I'm saving that one.
Neither have I.
Yeah.
I've seen 2/3 of it.
Right. I know he just posted to say that he's just finished interviewing Dave Gilmore as well.
Blimey.
He's getting them all in, isn't he?
Really just. Well, fair play to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ken not coming on tonight?
No, he'll be on later.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, sorry, he says. Oh, there's a Marillion gold disc in the local cash generator. Or local to Stee, apparently. Yes.
Get it done.
Which one though? Because if it's any the like beyond fish here, I don't care. Really don't care. Oh, right.
Well, you talk about dry wiping. That's the secret.
Ooh. Surely that's like a contradiction in terms.
Actually, it's not. It's a silicone spray, I think.
Yeah. I've got some. It's made by the WD-40 company, but it's.
Yeah.
I think it was on my last car. The windows were squeaking a little bit, so you just put it on the seals, and it sorts it right out.
So that last text message you sent me about garage clearing and.
Oh yeah.
Is that widely, or?
Oh no, there's nothing. Yeah, it's I've been thinking about what I can do because I'm running out of space.
Oh.
So, this thing happened today where I was speaking with the artist relations guy from Roland, or shall I say Roland's drum division, specifically, and he said, "Oh, we'll send you some stuff to review if you want." And I'm like, "Brilliant! Where am I going to put it? I've got nowhere to put it. I mean, if they sent me one of their smallest kits, I'd have to move things and get rid of things. So, and he wanted to send me the bloody new 7 Series, the top of the range thing.
Oh, fuck.
So I said, leave it with me, and I'll have a think what I can do. So,
doesn't Roger Taylor use all that stuff live now?
I don't know.
I don't think he uses acoustic kits now. I think he uses V-drums all the time.
Wouldn't surprise. I know Stephen Morris does. New Order. And of course we found out on Friday that Craig Blundell, who is a Roland endorsee anyway, but he did the whole Frost album on the V-drum kit and then just sent all the MIDI data over, and they just chucked it into Superior Drummer, and Robert's your mother's brother.
That's why it's do it though, isn't it?
Well, yeah. And it sounds great because it captures all the nuance. So yeah, I think.
Go on.
I was going to say, I think I've proposed it to the missus because obviously it'll be clearing the garage out. It'll probably prompt us to sort of either bin a bunch of stuff or sell a bunch of stuff to make room. But like all my CDs, like I've got boxes and boxes of CDs that they're all ripped and they're all on my hard drives, on a NAS unit. So they just sit in boxes and do nothing, take up space. So I don't want to sell them. I want to keep them, but so I might as well put those into storage. I've got a couple of pretty decent bookcases that we just couldn't fit in this house, but we could fit in them if we were to change our sofa, and we're thinking about maybe doing that next year because we've got this big, like, L-shaped thing, which was brilliant in the other house, but of course in this house, not so much.
Talk to me about fucking sofas.
Yeah.
When Hayley moved into her house, 18 months ago?
Mm.
Well, she moved in with one sofa. We're now on number 4. And I think since I've known her in 9.5 years, she's probably had 13 or 14 sofas. She changes them like she changes fucking underwear.
Bloody hell.
Drives me insane. So the kids just fuck about now. They send me pictures of the sofa and say, "What do you think?" Fuck off. Even the kids are at it.
We always used to do this thing with mother-in-law. Mother-in-law would change maybe every 2 to 3 years. And she would always have a 2 and a 3.
Yeah.
No armchairs, just a 2 and a 3. And one year I said to her, "What do you do with the old one?" She said, "Oh, well, they generally take it and they give me some money off." And I said, "Well, we'll have that one when you get rid of it." And it was a leather thing, but it was one of those. It was kind of a modern. It wasn't like a Chesterfield. It was kind of soft leather, and I thought it would be a lovely thing, and it turned out it actually wasn't that great. So when she changed a few years later, we sold that one for like 50 quid. Somebody from work bought it, and we had her next one. And we did that like 2 or 3 times. And the last one we had of hers was actually really quite nice. It was like a creamy, like a very pale creamy fabric with little wood accents and things. It was very nice. But we got cats, and they're black cats.
Yes.
And so we ended up just covering, putting covers on, or throws on, and then it's just like, anyway. So I said, I had a good bonus one year, so I said to her, let's get a proper brand new sofa from where it was, and she said, can we have one that reclines? I'm like, Jesus, yeah, okay. And we went. They'd got a sale on at this. I forget where it was now. I think one of those big sofa places, and they've got one that was L-shaped, and our room was perfect for an L-shaped sofa. It would just go right into the corner, and it would just fit perfectly. So it's L-shaped, and it's got power recliners on each end.
Nice.
So you got the curved bit in the middle. That she wouldn't let me, for some reason, and I don't know why, because it would have been bloody brilliant. You could get an insert, because it's all modular. Yeah, it's a modular sofa.
Fucking swear around here, you.
Yeah, it doesn't go bleep or bleep. But you could get an insert which had a little cupboard in it and drinks holders.
Yeah.
And I said that'd be brilliant. No, people, it would take up too much sitting space. And I said, look, there's 4 of us, and when we have guests over, the kids generally don't sit on the sofa with us. They'll fuck up somewhere else. So no, I don't like the look of those. I wish I had now, because now I have to have a little table next to my thing, and it's awkward. Where now we're in this place, the L-shaped sofa doesn't fit. It doesn't suit it. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Especially now we've got the records in.
With the thing with Hayley's, the house that she's in is mid 50s, mid 50s, and so they're only built for sort of fucking high back chairs,
Yeah. Yeah.
All that shit. So they're tiny little rooms. Well, the living room's quite small. The rest of the house is fucking massive, but the living room's quite small. And so the one she had came out of a 25-foot long living room. It was massive. So that won't work. She's got another one. Tried it, didn't work. And because of the way the room is laid out, she's had to go through all these different. So finally got one she likes. Which is all right, because she paid 1,600 quid for the last one, and that's in my living room now.
Oh, there you go.
And that's a 3-in-1, and each end of the sofa is a recliner, and so is a single seater. So
nice.
Everyone's a winner.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to go for like a 2 and a 3, or something like that. Yeah. What are we doing? Talking about? Somebody just said that I didn't realise Jason was on. In 10 minutes.
Oh, well, we can always bugger off.
We could do, I suppose. We could maybe just put a little intermission.
Stand by.
And coming up after the break. So I've got this mince pie. I'm just going to mute myself. I've got this mince pie sat here, and I didn't need.
No worries. I need to see some ID. I don't have any with me. And Manic can sod off if he's having my Apple ID as well.
Talking of ID, the company I work for has just bought another company. We have a habit of acquiring businesses. And we've just bought a company, I shit you not, that is 40 kilometres away from my Italian ancestral home that I go to most years.
Fucking hell.
40k away, in the base of the valley. I was like, wow.
Apparently my volume's a bit low.
So your left testicle, but you ain't going to do anything about that.
They're both a bit lower since they were cut
Oh,
off, mate. How's that?
Yeah, that's better. It works.
Yeah, good.
Yeah. I had a funny audio thing happen last night. It really freaked me out because I was. It wasn't one of those things I went, oh, that's that. I'd had the Matrix Brute on. And you know that girl I've been doing some sound programming for her gig. So she came over to pick up her microcorg, and I put all the sounds on it. And I thought, oh, she'd like to have a listen to that because she's going to come over. She wants to do some bits, and she sent me over some reference tracks. She says, this is the sort of sound that I want. And I recognised there was one patch on there that was very Matrix Brute-y. So I switched it on like in advance of her coming over because it needs to warm up a bit. And she comes over and I play, and she's like, oh yeah, I'll just definitely come around. We'll have a play with that. And I forgot to turn it off. Came back in. I was in and out all evening. Came back in like late last night to close down everything, and saw it's still on. I thought, oh, okay, is it still on? Pressed the key, and it played the note, but it played it with an enormous amount of crackling going on. And I thought, oh, for fuck's sake, what's going on here? Has it been on too long? No, it has not been on too long. That's stupid, no. So I checked the connections. Still, no. Looked at the mixer, and I thought, well, I can't see anything sort of obvious, so I went back. I thought, oh, maybe it's my Easy Bus, because I'm using my Easy Bus mixer, which is this really old, sort of 20-year-old early USB mixer. And that one of the channels on that is giving up the ghost. So checked all that, unplugged it, plugged it all back in, turned it off and on again, checked all the levels, still buzzing away. Only when you're making sound. So as soon as you stopped, it wouldn't do it, which should have been the flipping giveaway. But anyway, took the mixer out of the equation, put another mixer in, still doing it. So I'm like, okay, so it's either the instrument or it's the interface. So I turned on another synth, played that, and it was doing it on that as well. So I thought, okay, so that at least it's not the instruments. So it must be something to do with my interface. So I've got the audio fuse 16, and then I've got an audio fuse X8 in and an X8 out. Yeah. And that was actually going into the X8 in. So I thought, oh, maybe there's a sample rate mismatch because there's a button on the front, and maybe I've just knocked the button, although it'd be difficult to do so. But maybe I've just knocked it. No, that's all synced, all in the same clock rate and everything. Still going. So I called up the software mixer, and for some reason, the software mixer was showing that the audio fuse had been set at 44.1 and everything else is at 48. Hence the crackling. As soon as I changed it, everything fine. But still, to this day, I still do not know how that did that.
It's weird, isn't it? I mean, when I boot all this up, I have to switch everything on in a certain sequence, all the external stuff, because if I don't let the computer fully boot and then fire up my ADAT, the ADA 800 or whatever the bloody hell it's called, in a certain order, I get this whacking great hiss coming through everything, and it's the ADA that does it. And if it isn't fired up, step, I get that rattling through.
That's weird, isn't it? I always turn my interfaces on before I turn my computer on.
Oh, the interface always comes on before the computer's, because everything just comes on.
Yeah.
But because the ADAs run off a different power strip.
Okay.
Because a lot of the time I'm not doing audio stuff. I might be doing video bits and pieces for some people, or other stuff using this. And I don't need all that on, so it just makes sense to have it a different power circuit. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Very peculiar. But there you go.
Yeah, so I'd even called up the Toman page. I was looking at new mixes. I'm thinking, what's going on here?
Shit.
Do I need? Yeah. But luckily, no. So
Oh, there you go.
I also didn't fucking bid on that. So you too.
What?
It's the secret to a long-lasting marriage. There was a case for the oh Jesus, Yamaha O2R,
Right.
which I've got in the garage, and it's in its original box with its original polystyrene inserts, which makes it like even bigger than it is. I thought, well, if I get the flight case that's on Vemia,
Yeah.
I can put it in there and it'll take up a little less space. And now thinking about what I'm going to be doing, would have made a bit more sense. But I did win that pack of DX72 sounds that Manny did back in the day. The Sound Source Unlimited. It's the last. I think it's the last batch that I've sort of been gathering over the years.
Yeah.
And this time they're in actual DX72 format, so you can put the disc right in the synth and load them up. And because all the other ones I've got have all been new old stock from Argents, so you can tell how flipping old this stuff. And they all come in their little shrunk wrap. So they've got this little cardboard insert, and behind that are the manuals, and then there's a floppy disk. And the shrink wrap has started to go brittle, as it does. But it's still got its Argent's price sticker on. And I bought a whole bunch of them a few years ago. It was the first time they sort of appeared, and so I bought as many as I could. Only to realise when I got them that they were all in Atari ST format.
Oh shit!
Luckily, I've got a USB floppy disk drive, and you can freely get an Atari ST emulator. So I downloaded that, installed that, had to sort of work out, how to configure one of those. I'd never done one of those before. And then pop the disc in, and of course, lo and behold, it reads the disc. So I can then extract the files from the ST into a more common format. Yeah. And was able to get the sounds. So, yeah. But I've got this spreadsheet. So I've managed to find, there was a guy, I forget his name now. He's got a channel. He's an English guy. You probably recognise him. He's fairly sort of big guy. I don't mean that disrespectfully. He's quite a large fella with glasses, short black hair, clearly estuary. He talks a bit like that.
Right, yeah.
So he's probably in Essex somewhere, and he's got a channel. He does a lot of stuff with old synthesizers, and he did an episode about Sound Source Unlimited, which was this company that did that Manny ended up working, doing a lot of sounds for. And on the screen, he'd obviously got this brochure from somewhere, a Sound Source Unlimited brochure catalogue of all the sound banks that they did for the DX7 Mark 1, the Mark 2, the DX11/TX81Z, the V50 as well. I think there was listed in there. There was a couple of others. And I had to pause the video, blow the video up, as big as I could, to screenshot this thing. And then I thought, why don't I just contact the guy? And I contacted him, and bless him, he sent me a PDF of it. Yes, Manny, I will. I'll send it to you now, actually. So I was then able to see exactly what they'd done and the formats and everything they did it. So I created, this is how sad I am when I have a bit spare time, created a spreadsheet.
Why is that sad?
because most people would just maybe just scribble a list that I don't know,
But
spreadsheets.
because of who you are and because of what you do, that's exactly the sort of thing I'd expect you to do. Because at some point,
Because I'm a sad git, yeah.
no, because at some point somebody is going to ask for that, and you're going to be able to go.
Well, it's funny you should say that because I got very friendly, and I'm sure Manny's good friends with him as well. There's a guy called Jay who's a composer out in New York. And between us, we've managed to get our own copies of these sounds because he's massively into, the Mark 7, the Mark 2 DX7.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we've been able to sort of accumulate these sounds, but we're always sending each other emails. Oh, have you seen this? This is in your neck of the woods, or this is in your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
I think he even did he buy it or did he consider buying it? There was a Mark II DX7. There you go. Dr. Synth news him. There was a Mark II DX7. I think it was over there. That was selling for a fair amount. It wasn't excessively, wasn't overpriced, and it certainly wasn't underpriced. But it came with a bunch of Sound Source Unlimited discs, and Jay was like, should I just buy that, get the discs, and sell it on? And I'm saying, well, why not? If you think you can sell it on and get your money back. I don't know if he actually did that or not. It certainly wasn't something I did, but yeah. Let me just find these here. Where are we? That's my Yamaha folder that has a gazillion.
Put 4 terabytes of shit in there.
Mate. Well, it's got lots of stuff in there. They wouldn't take up too much space because it's all like, sysx files that are like 50k,
Kilobytes,
yeah.
Nothing.
All right, so in my Yamaha folder, Sound Source Unlimited, Yamaha scans. Here we go. Actually, I can put these up on screen, can't I? Brand, how do we do this? Add. Oh, now I've got to fucking find them here, haven't I? Storage. Yamaha. SSU. There we go. So manual like this. Manual really appreciate these. Kent's fine, by the way, Cressy. Yep. He had a quiet weekend. I'm sure he'll tell us all about it. Well, there's not much to tell. He wasn't doing much at all. But no, he's fine. He said to me earlier, about half an hour ago, that he would be here. So here you go. This is number 1. So yeah, they got they got SY99 stuff in there as well. So I'm assuming again, and I'm sure Senor Fernandez will tell us yay or nay. So yeah, SY99 stuff, 77 stuff. Then there was the TG33, SY22s, SY55s, all this Yamaha stuff. And then here's the elusive DX72s. They even did stuff for DX72s with the e-boards in, the grey matter e-boards. So special kind of things for that. But they did all these individual ones. Like if you look at that DX7 one, you've got 701, 702, 703, 704, etc., etc. But then on the right-hand side, you'll see these collector's series that gathers all of those up into 2 volumes.
Yeah.
And it was volume 2 that had all the ones that I didn't have, which were the last sets of the Symphonic collection, the New Age, the Keyboard Classics, I think. And it's all the ones. So I've managed to get all of those. And then they did some for the TX802 as well. And then they did a whole bunch over here for the 11 and the 81Z. And then a whole bunch for the 100, 21 and 27. Even did drum patterns as well. And for the RX5, they did sample packs. So they were a pretty prolific company back in the day.
Now.
So yeah, I'll send those to you, Manny. I think them. That's all the Yamaha stuff. But I have a feeling there was more. If I can find the video, I'll send a link to that as well. But yeah, it was. It's quite a. It's taken quite a while to gather all of that stuff up, which is bonkers. But
worth it though.
yeah. Well, I say some of those sounds are just incredible. The fact that they got essentially, I'm sure Manny will clarify if I get this wrong, but they essentially got Manny the job at Yamaha. I think the story goes, and again, Manny, I hope you don't mind me recounting this on your behalf. But Manny would go into this shop. I can't remember if it was Gary's shop or not, or was it another shop? You tell me if I'm wrong. But he goes into this shop and they're not shifting the Mark II DX7 because the D50 had come out, and everybody wanted the D50.
Still do.
Fools. No. So DX7 sales had gone through. Okay. So yeah, SSU was after. So yeah, apparently, so Manny goes in there and says, "Well, I can program some sounds," and programs some sounds for this guy, this shop owner, and then Yamaha noticed that his DX7 Mark II sales were way better than anybody else's, and they wanted to know why. And they said, "Well, I've got this guy programming sounds," and that's, I think, how it all kind of started. Yeah, Kay's music scene. There you go. So yeah, and then SSU was after that, but yeah, it was the start of a long. It's all in my podcast with Sound on Sound, available at soundonsound.com/podcast. There you go. There you go.
Hey, Bert.
SSU was founded with three Yamaha consultants. And why not? Hey, Bert. Sorry, I always have to do that. I don't know why I have to do it in the Bert nerdy. Hope you like your t-shirt.
I'm still waiting for mine. Apparently it's in the country now.
Good. Well, somebody's just told me, I think it was...
Their mug was from Latvia,
Matt.
wasn't it?
Yeah, Matt's mug came from Latvia.
Mine didn't. Mine arrived within a day, 2 days max, I think.
That's good.
But my shirts had to come from fucking North Carolina.
I know. Because one of the reasons I chose this company to do it. Shut up. Sorry, Bert, just being one of the reasons I chose this company is because they work with manufacturers and distributors all around the world, and so you could get things to a country a lot cheaper
and livelier, yeah.
And livelier, yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
But what I failed to notice, see you, Manny. What I failed to notice was that certain items have greater or lesser availability globally. So some stuff is only US and EU.
Right.
Some stuff is only US. But they'll still ship it to you, and they still won't charge the earth for it. It might mean that you, yeah. So there are some items, and so now I'm aware of that when I go through, and I'm not going to go back and change all the other stuff because that's silly. But it might be that if I notice a particular item is just not selling anymore, I'll choose a variant. But again, there's also the cost of the shirt.
Yeah.
Depending on the weight of the fabric and all this kind of stuff, and how many things you put on. Because like the ones I was working on today, which I showed you that little mock-up of,
yeah,
I've gone for images on the front and the back and the sleeves.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just waiting for our collaborator to sign off on that. Hope they're okay with it, and then I've got 3 t-shirts to do. I've got all the graphics now. They're going to be just sort of like silly images of me, Kent, and Andrew.
Right.
With slogans. It's just a popularity contest. We'll just see whose shirts sell the most.
You should put a poll up on fucking Facebook.
Yeah. So, and we had another Synthspirations come in today.
Do you know what? I was trying to record mine the other night, and I was having so many problems getting the audio right. I was getting some sort of shit in the background.
The one that came in today, the guy doesn't even appear on camera, and he doesn't speak, but it tells his journey, and I thought that's great. So
Yeah.
you know.
Well, you'll be
good.
surprised at the synth that really kicked it all off for me when I do mine, because I don't think you'll get it.
I have a feeling I probably won't be surprised that much, but I don't know. Who knows? We shall see.
Well, yeah.
But I know the records I'm going to be picking out. And
I've already got the images for mine, because I'm gonna, rather than hold album covers up, because a lot of them I don't have anymore, the physical copies anyway. Lost in time. I think the only album in that particular set that I'm going to talk about is Rio.
Okay.
That's the only one I've got a physical copy of. I really must sort of replace all those. But yeah, so I've worked out how I'm going to do it, but it's just doing it. So
yeah. No, I was actually going to do mine at some point this week, if I can. But I got sidetracked today when I got that email.
Yeah.
Because I was like into overdrive, like, well, I've got to sort this out, and I got a text message this morning from FedEx, and I thought, phone? Don't owe them money. Let's have a look. Because they're bastards for slapping the old invoices out for taxes and duties and shit. I thought, no, I've not had. What's going on here? So I checked the thing. It says, we have your package. It will be arriving by Thursday morning between 8:30 and 12:30. And I'm like, package? FedEx? I don't think I've got anything on order. Most of my stuff is either Amazon or from a record shop or something.
yeah.
I'm like, okay. So I go onto the app. I have awful difficulty. I've got a FedEx account for sending and receiving, and yet every time I try and sign in on the app, it just won't let me in. So anyway, I went and checked as a guest, and it said, yeah, lo and behold, there it is. Your package has been sent from Tokyo, Japan.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, what's this? Because normally I get all excited. Oh, got a package. And then it turns out it's like nothing, nothing really exciting. But there's only one company that sends me stuff from Tokyo, Japan. Because most of the others, even if they're, they don't sort of come from. Obviously, I can't say who that company is, because I think I've since figured out what it is, because I spoke to somebody who said, I think it might be X.
Yeah. I might have an idea.
So that's exciting, because
Nice.
I have no idea. It's going to turn. And normally they always like email me before, and they say, we're sending you this. Here's all the bump about it, so you can figure it all out.
Yeah.
And nothing. Tumbleweed. So.
Oh well.
We shall see. Exciting times.
Hopefully, it's a nice surprise.
Well, if it is what I think it is, it's an interesting and should be a very nice little thing. But yeah, now I've just got to figure out where. This guy said to me, the email was, would you like to review our latest V-drum kit, which is the silent kit? They've just done this one called the VQD, the very quiet drums.
Okay.
So basically, they've re-engineered all of their pads, including the cymbals. They've also engineered new basses for the rack, and also new basses for the hi-hat pedal and the kick drum pedal.
Right.
So that everything is just like really, really quiet.
Isolated.
Yeah.
To a degree, yeah.
Because when I first got my very first E-drum kit, which must have been about 99, I think it was, I sold it to my then wife as the reason I was spending so much money on this thing. Oh, yeah, it's going to be nothing like my acoustic kit, because I'll be able to fit it into a smaller space and you won't hear me, because it's all electronic and I can plug my headphones in. She's
Solid
like,
pads.
Yeah, and she's like, okay. Of course, they were rubber pads, not meshes. And so, of course, I set it up upstairs, and then all I can hear is click, 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 or your foot thumping on the floor. And I'm like, oh, I can't fucking win, can I? Because E-drums, I mean, they're obviously a lot quieter than acoustic drums, but they're annoyingly loud still.
Yeah.
And even with mesh heads, they're still, it's unavoidable that, you're moving air, even if it's in a lot smaller amount, and you've got solid things hitting other solid things. So I was a little bit skeptical when they brought the VQDs out, and I watched the videos and was less skeptical because but then obviously with the video somebody can just say, just turn that down a little bit to make it even quieter. So you never can fully. But I got this email completely out of the blue. I did ask. I said, how did you get? Because they didn't send it to my Gear News email, because that would have been the obvious one. Oh, we've read your stuff on Gear News. We'll contact you through that. No, they got my business email, and they said, "Oh no, we have you on our list." What? I'm on a list? What the fuck? They said, "No, we read your reviews, and they because I did a review or something about Zildjian, because Zildjian have just done an e-drum kit, which does look quite spectacular." And I did something about that, and then I did something else on V-drums or something. And it was also, the Alesis. They said, we read your stuff about the Alesis Strata, both of them. And so, you've been on our list. I'm like, okay. So would you be interested? And I'm like, yeah. And then he turns around and he says, oh, and also we'd like you to review the latest 7 series, which is like the range topper. The £9,000 V-drum kit. Well, depending on which version you get, 8,995. And there are three versions, and the one that I desperately would love to try is the.
Justin's asking for the link.
Oh, sorry, yes, that's one thing I can't do, I'm afraid. So if anybody does want the link, and just interrupt like Justin has there, and we will put that in. So the VAD, which is the virtual acoustic design that looks like an acoustic drum kit, but is actually a completely electronic kit. I'm like, oh, please send me that one. I'd probably just about get the kick drum in here, and that'd be it. And I'd still be tripping over that. So it's like, I don't want to say no.
I remember a conversation you and I had not so long back when Artura started elevating your status within them, and I think that's just going to keep happening.
Well,
don't be surprised because like I say, the work that you put out, the integrity that you've got will be noted.
You mean the bullshit?
All right, we want to call it that. But no, you're particular with things. A lot of people I don't think will be as adherent to their NDAs as you are. I know you are. As I know you are. And, the quality of your reviewing and things like that, people are going to pick it up. People are going to notice it.
Well, that's the idea.
I would also imagine that, insiders in the industry talk.
Oh, and also this guy, because I said to him, when I responded to him, I said, oh, it's funny you should pop up in my inbox, because I was talking to Jem Godfrey at the week, on Friday, and we were talking about how Craig did his drums for the Frost album using V drums, and then sent all the data through, and because he phones me up, he says, I can't be bothered typing all these. He says, yeah, I know Craig. And I said, oh, do you? Put a word in. Because Craig is just like the sweetest guy. He's really, really nice, but he's like stupidly talented, because he's ex-Royal Marines.
Right. No, a couple of those. Yeah.
But he's ex-Royal Marines band.
Oh, right. Okay.
So he was a drummer in the Royal Marines. And talking of stupidly talented people.
Oh, stop.
With what a fantastic vest top that is there.
Thank you so much.
I've ordered the 2XL, because I have a habit when I put a vest on of going a la Nick Rhodes, where it hangs off one shoulder. You can't take the 80s out of the boy, can you?
No.
No. So,
No.
exactly. Kent popped in there for a second and then
Oh,
disappeared.
that was him,
but-
was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was him.
Don't know where he went.
Yeah, bastard scaring us yesterday. Kick his ass.
Yeah. Oh, maybe he's watching. Maybe he popped into. Did he pin the
I don't know if he
Pinned the
pinned
chat,
it, but
I don't
he put it in the chat. Oh, he pinned it.
Yeah, he pinned it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, because I can't do that, unfortunately.
Pub shop
don't
boys.
think.
Of course, it had to be, didn't it? Really.
No, so I can't. I sit here and think, well, I've got to come up with some sort of name. Like, what was it? I was about to publish it. I got it all for pub and pub for all or something like that. And I thought, no, that doesn't quite roll. So I thought, pub shop boys. And I thought, maybe I should put pub shop boys and chip shop girls or something like that. I don't know. And then I just thought, the longer I think about this, the less time I'll be putting it up. So anyway, there you go. It is what it is. It is what it is. So I've got, we were talking to Craig. Not Craig. I wish we were talking to Craig. We will get Craig. Talking to Jem, and he told us that the drum library he used for the Frost album was the Superior Drummer Hitmaker,
Yes.
which is all Hugh Padgham.
Right.
I've had that tab open since Friday, just going.
Go on, scratch the itch.
Yeah,
Go on.
I might just do it because I can put it through in the business. So
Oh, there you go. See.
I was supposed to sign off my accounts, my first year's accounts today, but had to postpone because the accountant got something else coming. So, but everything's looking very healthy
Good.
for the first year.
Can't argue with that, mate.
Yeah.
Has it really been that long?
Yep, it's a year since I've been. Actually, it's a year and a month now since I got incorporated. So,
Shit.
yeah.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
frightening.
It is, and it's. I only ever thought. Seriously, I thought there should be like a few £100 a month. Writing stuff, and it's not. It's more than that, and yeah.
Again, goes back to what I say about your integrity, your working, your things like that.
Yeah, they make me write some. I've managed to actually get out of a couple of articles, but some of the stuff is just like, do I have to? It's,
All right. And final, the only question is, was it worth doing?
well, after a while, you sort of you get into the swing of it. The thing I hate the most, and it's just because I'm a lazy bastard, is that we have to not only do we have to to write all the content,
Yeah.
but we have to format it in the back end. We have to, do all of the, the stuff, and we have to make a lot of the images. Even if, like, a manufacturer will send us a press release, and they'll include a link or a folder to all the press pics, which they'll, some are better than others, but we have a specific image size that we have to use, otherwise it throws all the other formatting out and puts things all over the place. So even then, even if they do provide it, nobody ever provides it in that particular size, so I then have to Photoshop it, edit it somehow, get it into that size. Yeah. And sometimes they'll only send a picture that's 450 by 600 or something, and you think, well, our minimum image size is like 2 or 3 times that, so you have to mess around with it. But we get there in the end. But there's a lot of that sort of stuff, and what I've actually found, those articles where my heart's not fully, it's just, this is a bit. I don't mind doing the words bit, that's fine, but all the other stuff.
As Alan Wilder would say, the screwdriver work.
Yeah. So what I found is that sometimes rather than, and actually this was my plan yesterday. I wrote all the words. I did the bit that I really enjoy. I did that bit first. And I thought on Tuesday, I'll do all the rubbish stuff. And then I finished writing. I went into the front room. I put my feet up, had a cup of tea, watched a bit of telly. Jackie said she was going to go to bed a little earlier than I was planning on. So I just came back in and I thought, if I do that now, I ain't got to worry about it on Tuesday. So I did all the screwdriver stuff yesterday.
Yeah. Nice.
Putting all the links in. Because when you put a link in, you have to set that link to either open in a new page or keep it on the existing page. And different links do different things. And then you have to write all the SEO stuff.
SEO?
Search engine optimization.
Right.
To make sure that your article gets as close to the top of a Google search for that particular thing. So like the one that's coming out tomorrow afternoon, if you search for a particular synthesizer, hopefully this will come up to the very top of that search, So, but that's difficult. I mean, if you're doing a review or a news article about, Hydrosynth, then your SEO keyword would inevitably be Hydrosynth or even ASM Hydrosynth, just to make sure you capture both. But then with the Hydrosynth, and actually that's a pretty good example, like you probably used that SEO phrase when the original Hydrosynth came out. Now you're writing about the Hydrosynth Explorer. So if you put in Hydrosynth Explorer, the system says, well, you've used Hydrosynth before. So it kind of gives you like a 50-50 sort of score. But like if you're writing an article that has the same title every month, like I do, the Sounds and Presets or the Synth Journal, you can't use Sounds and Presets. So you have to think, well, what's the most eye candy part of that article, So then you tend to use that. So it's all about, and then once you've got your SEO phrase or words, you've then got to make sure that you use enough of them in the article. So you've got to use them in certain places.
Yeah.
So they like it to be at the front of the title, which is not always doable. They like it to be in the little bit of text on Google underneath the link that sort of summarizes what that page is about. So it likes to be in there. It likes to be in the headers within the article. You've got to mention it depending on how big your article is, you get a certain percentage of your words have to contain that. Not a huge amount, but you've still got. So you might have, you might write, if it's an article about 3 or 4 things, and you've written the bit that contains your SEO terms, and then you write a whole bunch more, which obviously you're not speaking about that, then your percentage starts to go down because you're increasing the number of words, but you've only used. So you then have
references to it. As a proportion,
Then you have to choose. You have to make sure you choose that all the options on the site to make sure that it gets published in the right sections, and you then have to put in keywords so that if people are searching, say they're searching for synthesizers, it'll throw up. Make sure it'll throw up that as a result. Headlines. So underneath the main title, there's a little headline thing. Just put that in. You have to make sure all the images are in the right place. If it's an update, you have to tick certain boxes to make sure it gets bumped up to the top again. And
When you were working for Argos, did you ever envisage that you would be doing this?
No. And I hate that bit of it. I really do. But I know that it's necessary.
In what way you hate that bit?
All the screwdriver stuff, I hate it. Because it's not. I want to be writing words. I want to be waxing lyrical about something I'm excited about, or not excited about.
But that's your payoff, isn't it?
That's the thing, and it's all the other bits that I don't like. And I've always been like that about certain jobs. It's like even in my training job, love delivering training. I love designing bits and bobs, but all the other boring stuff, I hate that. It's a right ball ache, that is.
I think that goes for any profession, though.
I suppose
there's
it does,
always aspects of it you're going to absolutely despise, and there's always going to be the bit of it that keeps you doing what you do.
That's it. So
Nice.
Because the ultimate goal is that you end up being able to just do the writing stuff, and you fob the rest off to a minion. Right, there you go. You sort out all the SEO stuff.
Yeah.
Work monkey.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I can barely afford to pay. Well, I can't even afford. I mean, I could not live on what I earn with the business at the moment, anyway. But who knows? Again, I got somebody contact me. Well, we've been speaking on and off for about 6 months, and it looks like they might want to avail themselves of my services. And they were asking, like, what's my rates? And I'm like, well, I don't really have any rates because all the people I write for, they tell me what they're going to pay me. We'll pay you this, this, and this, depending on the article. You know, each article has a different weighting, and so that's that. You know, I don't have a rate sheet that I can say, oh, by the way, you know, if you want my services, it actually got me thinking maybe I should do one. But I had to speak to a few people in the business and say, oh, what do you think? Because I distinctly remember, and it will always sit in my head, when I got asked to do that movie score with Lorne Balfe. Lorne and I had this discussion via email, and then his last email to me before we sort of kicked off was, just let us know what your day rate is or whatever, and I'll get so and so to sort that all out. And I'm like, day rate? I don't know. What do I do? So I went on. I thought, I know, musicians union. I mean, at the very least, union rates, because union rates will be, you know, reasonably good. So I went onto the Musicians Union website, and obviously I'm not a member, so I was like trying to find all this stuff, and eventually I found. But of course, there's different day rates for different jobs. Are you a violinist? Are you this or are you a that? You know, is it what is there a royalty attached? Are there percentage points attached? Oh Jesus! So in the end, I gave him a figure, and it wasn't a lot. It really wasn't a lot at all. And the one person I should have spoken to, we all know who that is, who composes regularly for film and TV. Did I speak to him at all? Not until after.
I bet he gave you a bollocking for what you put in.
And Ty says, so go on then, how much did you charge? And I told him, and yeah, it was, you what? In his very high-pitched, screamy voice.
Screaming.
You should have charged 10 times that. And I thought, oh yeah, you're having a laugh. He goes, no, you should have charged 10 times that. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, because 10 times what I charged was nice.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay. No wonder Lorne said, I need to work with you again. Yeah, because I'm fucking cheap.
Well, next time you put your rates up, that's the fucking thing. But that's the thing. If you don't know, you don't know.
Exactly. I was just happy to have the experience, you know.
I think that's more the case.
You can put it on a CV. That has a bit of value, doesn't it? But because it's not like I am a professional, musician or performer or anything. You know, this was kind of friends. He knew that I'd got some stuff, and he wanted some stuff that had that stuff, and so yeah.
That's the way to do it.
Never mind. I could have been a contender. But no, I was cheap. And then they went and spelt me fucking name wrong in the credits. Dear, oh dear.
Bastards.
Indeed, barstools, the lot of them.
No, next time you give them 2 rates. This rate if you manage to spell my name right in the credits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very true. Why is that doing... Sorry, I'm just... Yeah. Okay, I see.
I'm just going to dive off and get some more coffee. So
all right, mate.
I'll be back in a second.
Hockey
So I can find out where my mouse has gone.
Where's he going to?
I'm going to see Crash Test Dummies tomorrow. Yes. Yeah,
and I know they have other stuff.
Well, I made the mistake. I might say mistake. I went onto setlist.com .fm or whatever it is, that the website where people
Yeah.
list their set list. And I noticed that the whole point of this tour is
It's like a 30th anniversary, isn't it?
it's 30th anniversary of God Shuffled His
Shuffle His
Feet.
Feet. Mhm.
And so, or it should be the 30th anniversary, but they got delayed because of COVID or something. Anyway, whatever.
Yeah.
So I thought, they'll be doing the whole album and then, throw in a few others. And they've dropped a couple of tracks. Well, certainly from the set list that I've seen. So
Yeah.
luckily, one of them isn't. It's not all the big ones are there.
Yeah.
One of my favourite tracks is the very last track, which is called Untitled, and it's just a piano instrumental. But I guess that probably doesn't go over well at a gig. But they're also apparently they're doing their cover of the Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead by XTC, which should be rather good.
Nice.
So, yeah, looking forward to that. That was a bit of a surprise, and it's local as well. It's only just down the road, so yeah.
I got the Keef,
Hang on,
the orange one.
Oh, lovely, nice. I still haven't ordered myself any of this stuff yet, so.
Well, I know that I'm gonna fucking hell, this is gonna go nuts. Desk mat. I won't have a mouse mat because I use the desk mat for that anyway.
I'm
Jesus.
a bit.
Hayley's like, fucking. Yeah, she's a shit. She's a shit.
I looked at those desk mats and I thought, oh, actually, I could do with a new one because I've got this black one here and it's just starting to get a little bit grubby, and the edges are sort of like starting to curl up a little bit, and they won't sit back down again because it's just. But they only do white.
That's going to show fucking everything, isn't
Exactly. That's going to just from day one. I'll spill my coffee on it or something. And I thought, don't you do any other colours? But they don't.
Well, a black one with red would look fucking lush.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
kind of what I've
That
got. I
would be
mean,
beautiful.
my mat here is black with red edging and stuff. So, yeah. But I did manage to eventually, because I came across their coffee thing when I signed up, and then I couldn't find the page again, but I managed to find it again. So I need to, because they only do them to order, so you have to order in a minimum of, however many bags, and there's loads of different types that they can do. So they can do single blends, they can do not single blends, that's stupid, isn't it? Single beans or blends, and then they do light, medium and dark, and then there's within light, medium and dark there's 2 or 3 options in there. So I'm thinking, well, do I just pick the ones that I might like? Not that I'm a massive coffee expert by any stretch of the imagination, or do I put it to a vote, and then you'll probably just get a lot of watered down stuff, and then when you choose the one that other people didn't like, then you didn't choose my one. So maybe I'll just pick them myself and
do that.
And then you have the option of, do you have them as beans or ground, pre-ground? I guess most people would want the ground stuff, wouldn't they?
Yeah, that's what I have.
I know some people have got machines that do the grinding for you. Sounds like fun, doesn't it?
No, it's actually shit because they don't break up that well.
No.
I've never found that they break up as well as stuff. So.
I'm a terrible pod user for me, although I do use compostable pods, so it's not all bad. But
no, I buy filter. It's all I can drink because Hayley likes the instant stuff. Makes me feel sick. Yeah, each to their own. But I can only drink filter really.
Yeah.
I'll drink instant if I absolutely have to, but filter's what I have every day, and I go for a ton of it. But I've recently, it took me 3 months, but gone caffeine free.
Right.
So I don't have any caffeine at all now, and I've recently gone 0% on that. So I'm completely nicotine free for the first time since I was 9.
Wow.
So yeah, it's Been a big
stuff.
change for me this year.
Indeed. Sorry, I'm just sending Manny this email. Just want to make sure I get it. Right. Oh. What's going on here? There we go. What's going on there? Right. Synth. And my crash test dummy tickets have just come through, so I need to add those to my wallet.
Nice.
Oh, actually, no, I've already got them in my wallet. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. That's such a better way of doing things, isn't it, now? When you just put your tickets in your Apple Wallet.
Yeah.
Oh, Apple Cash has just appeared in my phone.
Apple Cash? Or was that the new fucking...
Yeah, send and receive money in messages or wallet.
Oh, is that in your wallet, is it?
Yeah.
Is that it? Okay.
Because you still can't do Apple credit card over here yet, can you? It's been ages. Not that I would, be doing it, but it'd be an option. Anyway, if anybody else... Oh, no, it has been pinned, hasn't it? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it
link is in the top, so... Nothing wrong with Nescafe Gold. There's nothing right with Nescafe Gold Blend.
But again, I don't say there's anything wrong or right with it. It's each to their own.
It's not coffee, though.
It's not what I can drink. I certainly can't drink it, but, I don't,
Never mind.
don't decry it.
I'm definitely going to get one of those insulated mugs that I've just put on the thing. Because I've got one of those, and I dropped it a couple of months ago, and there's a dirty great dent in it now.
Oh.
Because it's metal. It just hit the floor and it's dead. But if you position the lid right, it kind of acts as a nice little thumb groove. So no, I get one of those.
That's a hidden feature, that's all.
Oh, I tell you what I didn't do. Yeah, exactly. It's a custom job. What I didn't do was look for bands, rubber bands.
Oh, yeah.
Products, all products. Create new product. Okay.
They're silicon, aren't they? I think they are.
Patches. So we got hats, mats, books, stickers, bags, face masks, flags, hair. No, it wouldn't be hair accessories. Why would you want the PSN scrunchie? Jeez. Laptop magnets, patches. No. Pet accessories. Somebody's bought a pet collar.
Do you get to find out who?
Yes, I know exactly. I have all your details.
Well,
is what Robert would say.
It's not mine, but I know Hayley's been talking about one.
About one? What? A pet
Dog
collar?
collar.
Oh, yeah.
For herself?
Kinky
Very possibly.
minx. He is around somewhere. He will be joining us later, I've been told. Anyway, hello.
I heard
Robert.
Lily, put him in the insane asylum.
Yeah.
Hello.
PSN branded USB sticks. Now there's a fucking good idea.
I don't think they
128
do.
megabytes, please.
Yeah. I can do AirPod cases.
Don't use AirPods.
Yeah. I've done the mobile phone. Pins, no. Shoes. Yeah, shoes. Do you want some shoes? PSN shoes or sliders.
Tap shoes.
Yeah.
It'd be
I don't
great
think
for
I'd-
my next interpretive dance session.
Yeah. Socks. I thought I might do some socks at one
Oh,
point.
yes.
Towels and yoga mats, but
Yeah, give yourself a flossing with a PSN towel.
yeah. But no, they don't do.
Bit of keyhole surgery. Go on, yeah.
You would have thought that they would have done something that's just dead simple,
Yeah.
and you could sell those off a stand or something. But no, I'm afraid not. No.
Oh, well.
Oh, excuse me. Gaming. Oh no, gaming. I thought we might find sticks, but the only thing they've got in gaming is replacement keycaps for your keyboards. But again, you have to do minimum orders for those because they're quite customy.
What's
do
your
books.
custom PSN?
Yeah. Do a pillowcase. I did suggest this to Jackie, and she says no, in way. I get a pillowcase with my face, Kent's face, and Andrew's face, and you can go to sleep with all of us every night.
Or if you're having a particularly bad day, beat the shit out of you.
Yeah. I want to get this. I think I might have left this too late. I don't know how but they do wall calendars. So fully customizable 12-month wall calendar. But I don't know what I'd put on there because, you don't want to be looking at our faces for a month each. That'd be a little bit too much.
Well, what you need to do is get people to submit pictures of their studio. You could use those.
Yeah, it's come and rob this place this month.
There you go.
A Range Rover this month.
Oh dear, yeah, it'd be like I don't know. I
Hey,
would.
PSN for your burglary roadmap. There you
That's
go.
it. Yeah.
Or a Kentism on, like, if you did one of those 365-day calendars. Each day has a different Kent quote.
Yes. Oh yeah. That would have been a good one. Yeah. Yeah. If I'd have done it a little bit sooner or earlier, should I say? I'd have. Now I'm sort of going to be scratching my head for 12 different interesting things. Because you can't really have 12 logos. It'd be really boring. No, I'll think of something.
Oh, that's a bit too bright.
Yeah, you can't see
you
it now.
can't really see it.
Yeah, I've taken
Hard to
my
see.
my on-air sign, which used to sort of like dangle off the back behind me. I've now mounted it on the wall above my door, so that when I am on air, it says on air.
Those signs are intended to be ignored.
Exactly. Yes. We used to have one at the hospital radio station that I worked at, and
It's Ivan Brackenbury.
yeah.
Hello to Mrs. So-and-so on behalf. Yeah.
And the clever guy, who was our like engineer guy, because normally we'd just like go in the studio and just turn the light on and a switch, and then it would just be on until we came off air, and then somebody would turn it off. He fitted a little micro switch on the main, or actually, I think he fitted them on both main and guest mic faders. So as soon as you lifted the fader up, it turned the light on. As soon as you brought the mics down, it would turn the light off, so that people knew when they could or couldn't talk. And he made it so that you could just edge it just a little bit above 0 or minus whatever dB it was. Just edge it a little, and it would turn the light on, but you'd still not get anything. So if you just wanted people to shut up, you'd just go like that, and you go. So he's now a television cameraman in London, that bloke.
At Uni Radio, we did a lot of fun setting up with Logic, but the problem is when you're a bit too autistic about it, you then end up that with it running 24/7, then it's like, well, it's on air light. It's pretty much on all the time. I mean, the only way you can kill the on air light is if you actually do kill the input to the desk. But or when somebody forgets after the show to put the sustain fader back up. It was like, well, this side is very pointless, but we were like, oh, just no, we've done the Logic properly. It's on air when it's on air.
So-
The mic live light only comes live when any of the mic faders is open.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, it's correct. Yeah, is it useful? No, not really. Is it?
No. I had to scrab around. I had to find. I got that DX100. Takes C-size batteries. Have I got C? I was really scrabbling around. I knew I'd bought some at some point for something that the kids had. So I've got my fully mobile, apart from the audio cable, DX100 with the strap and everything.
Are you going to strap it on and walk around?
Yeah, why not? And I'll have the breath controller connected. Yes, I will.
Then I should get a strap for that. But you can't get Casio straps, can you? Did they do Casio straps?
They must have done at some point.
I'll have to see if I can find one.
I only
There
got
must be
mine.
companies that custom print.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't do guitar straps in the PSM merch shop.
You mean PSN guitar straps?
Yeah, that's it.
guitar.
Oh yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Now my Yamaha strap came from my DD10.
I had a DD10. God fucking hell, years
Yeah.
ago. Early
DD
90s.
DD5 when I was 7.
Mm.
And then I had the 94, I had an SHS-10. I actually had 2 of them.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I had one when I was 10, and then I found one at a pawn shop for a mere $25, including the original guitar strap.
Wow.
Sold it on eBay probably for about over 10 times that.
Yeah.
Like, it's amazing how, much they're worth now.
Somebody sent me who was it? Recently, they sent me a link to a Yamaha KX. Was it the KX1, the full size key version?
Yeah, one was a
Yeah.
full size.
Yeah, it was the full size KX1 in lovely condition. But they wanted about $1,000 for it. I'm like,
Yeah.
nice.
Isn't the 5 cooler with it being... for some reason, the 5 I always found more
Yeah,
appealing.
because it's a little less unwieldy, isn't it? It's a little bit more
Yeah.
compact. I had a,
Considering how much I normally hate mini keys, that's one of those things where it's like,
They weren't really mini keys. I mean, they were the same width as, say, a full-size key, but they were just shorter.
I thought the KX5 is a bit squished. But then also a SY77 or 99 is also squished a bit.
yeah.
So,
There's one of those on Reverb at the moment in the UK, a SY99 in pretty good condition.
how much?
£800. Which is not bad. I've seen them go for a little cheaper, but they have been a little nastier.
But a TG77, that will go for at least for 1500.
Yeah.
Everybody wants the rack mount.
Yeah, I know.
Or to be fair, also the buttons are slightly nicer on those.
Well, this 99 apparently has had a new screen fitted to it. It's had new switches fitted to it. Disk drive still works. It looks like it's in really, really good nick. But I just don't. Yeah, and it's in West Wales. That's it, Keith. It is. It's like as far away from East Anglia as you could possibly get.
What part of Wales?
West.
Yeah, north, south, central.
You're going to make me fucking look now, aren't
Yes,
you?
we are.
Jesus.
Yes.
Well, there's quite a difference between like Fishport or Anglesey.
Well, yeah, I know that, but here we go. Blindporth. So let me just. Blindporth. There we go. So. Yes, it's southwest Wales, near Cardigan and Fishguard. So it is like that the bit that pokes out into the Atlantic the most. You could probably draw a straight line down to some little shithole called Brixham.
I could
Ish.
do. Well, I've done Cardiff from here in just under 2 hours, so that'd probably be a 3-hour drive from here.
yeah.
Piece to do.
Yeah, well, then it's another at least 1 hour.
Yeah, 3 hours.
Two,
That's all right. Day trip.
Directions from Brixham.
To be fair, I mean, when it's really shit weather, the Irish
4.5
Sea-
hours apparently.
That's not that bad. Well, it's the same as a trip to Kent, isn't it?
For you, yeah.
Which I have to organise because I've got to get.
Yeah.
There's DX7 up there.
And if I need to clear out my garage, I've got to go and take some stuff back to Kent. So, yeah,
What you got in your garage?
I need to clear room.
The only straps Casio did were for their DG series of digital guitars.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
What, they didn't do a strap for the 101 or for the RK100?
Not that I can find anyway.
They had their own key tag. You must have your own
The RK100 was a Korg.
Korg, but Casio had their.
The,
it must have been AZ one?
Yeah, it was an AZ one. Matter of fact, I do remember Thomas Dolby during the Roger Waters The Wall in Berlin playing one during Another Brick and Wall Part 2. Of course, it was probably mimed, but
wow, 6 hours for me that trip.
Oh, perfect.
It's not like it goes in a straight line either.
No.
Well, are you going up across West Midlands or?
Yeah, the quickest route for me is to go A14 across to Birmingham and then pick up the M54.
And go around Shrewsbury and Mechanicsburg.
Yeah, and then
down Aberystwyth.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other way is to go down towards on the M50 from Birmingham and go sort of under and up.
Yeah.
Either way, you can't go like direct to it because there's like mountains and shit in the way. So fucking. No wonder they you have to pay to get into Wales, but it's free to get out. Anyway, I don't have 800 quid to spend on an SY9, nor do I have the space to put an SY99 at the moment. But apparently Jennifer Aniston has just invited me to join their broadcast channel about animal rescue and adoption.
How exciting. Do Yamahas count as animals?
Anyone can join this broadcast channel. If you join this channel, be added to your inbox. Fuck off. I mean, I like Jennifer Aniston, but I don't like her that much. YouTube offered up a clip. I had no idea this existed. They made a Ferris Bueller sitcom. And Jennifer Aniston played the sister in the sitcom. And so I thought, why have I never heard of this? I mean, it was awful. The clips that they showed, it was, teeth curlingly awful. And then I Googled it and it said it was commissioned, I think, by NBC. It ran for a few episodes. It was cancelled before it finished the first season. It was that awful. They pulled it straight away. And the guy, I have no idea who the guy that played the Ferris character was, but he wasn't. He wasn't Matthew Broderick by a long stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Can you offer to look after some great tits?
Behave, Keith.
You dirty old man.
Keith's saying there's no hurry for the DX7 to go up to Kent. Yeah, but it's sitting there with a fucking dead battery inside it, and my fucking I want to fix it. I want to put a new battery in the bastard. It's like, can't do it. It's not yours.
Charlie Schlatter was Ferris Bueller. Never heard of him.
Matthew Broderick is Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, this guy, played him in the sitcom, but yeah, no.
And the guy they got to play the headmaster, it was nothing like the guy in the film. Who's dead now, isn't he? I think that actor. I don't know. His name. He's one of those actors that you see in all these films, but you have no idea what his name is.
Yeah.
Unless you're a massive nerd. Justin?
Oh, Jeffrey Jones.
There you go, you see. Google is your friend.
Well, Wikipedia.
Well,
Close enough.
He's not headmaster, he's deadmaster.
Deadmaster.
Keith. Fucking hell, Keith's on form tonight.
Jeez.
No, he's still alive.
Is he? Oh, I thought he died. Why did I think he died? Or was it somebody else in Ferris Bueller that died?
Might have been somebody else.
Possibly. Lots of people die. It happens, you know.
He is
Every day you get
78 years old.
Oh, there you go. I don't know why I thought he died.
I didn't realise that Andy Summers was like full 10 years older than Stuart Copeland.
Yeah, he was probably, He was well into his, It's like Debbie Harry was in her 30s at the pomp of Blondie.
Yeah. You just don't
And yet she
realise.
still looks amazing, in my opinion. And I won't hear otherwise. New album coming out next year.
Is that an automatic reaction with your fist there, brother? Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
New Blondie album next year.
Excellent.
Yes. Looking forward to that.
I thought you were going to say new Police album.
No, I won't be doing that now.
Yeah, no.
2008 was the end.
Yeah, tried that.
Oh, I think we all know what the end was with Synchronicity.
I'll tell you what, we didn't get very much time with him at all. It really was just like a fucking production line when we were meeting him. But boy, can that man sit and tell a story. Oh Jesus!
Yeah, he's a very engaging man.
His interview with Rick Beato had said that the cracks started forming during the third album.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he was saying something about when they were doing the reunion tour, and Andy Summers went off on some solo. He forgets what track it was, and Stuart Copeland started to pick the rhythm, the tempo up just a tiny bit as Summers was going off. And Sting started looking at him, and he's playing this, and it carried on, and he picked it up, and eventually Sting just walked over to him while he was playing. He was a drum kit. And what had happened was, it was Sting's birthday. He'd given Sting a tuba for his birthday. So there's this massive great fight on stage while they were performing in Italy, apparently. Next morning in the hotel, he goes down. Sting's sitting at breakfast. He goes, "Give me back my fucking tuba." And Trudy had given him a brass bracelet of some kind, and he went, "Can't, I've trashed it." Apparently, yeah, real just fucking middle of a concert, and they're having a stand-up row while they're playing.
Wow.
Brilliant.
The thing is, he talks about Sting now, and he acknowledges that Sting is just a genius musician.
Yeah.
But but
still an asshole.
Yeah, but he's absolutely honest. But there was a clip of them together not that long ago. They were in this room, just the two of them, and you could see that they both absolutely acknowledged each other's superbness, shall we say? But they also there was just still a little hint of.
Oh, there's always going to be a frisson between them. Yeah. Because I think he says, we are complete opposites, and therefore we come at things from different angles.
Yeah.
And we're going to wind each other up. We just know that's going to happen.
There's he's done a whole bunch of
always with Miles being the manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, I don't think the familial aspect was anything to do with it. I think it was just if the shit was good, the shit was good. If it was crap, he told him so, and it didn't matter who it was.
There's a great series of videos, and there's probably like a full length one on Drumeo
Yes,
YouTube
so-
channel,
Yeah, so
Yeah, there is.
and he's playing loads of police parts,
Yeah.
and then it'll stop halfway through and tell a little story about that bit or that thing.
But
very-
what I didn't realise was, they always started with the drum track, and it was never more than 2 or 3 takes, and then they built everything else on top of it. Fucking hell! You go back and listen to the albums and think, shit, that was what?
Yeah.
First or second take, and he's just laid all that out.
He was the first drummer I noticed who
Same here.
played with the
Traditional grip.
traditional snare grip.
Yeah.
He was the first drummer I ever really noticed,
Right.
paid
Yeah.
attention to, because he was. It was, a lot of the stuff that my parents had listened to that I'd grown up.
Yeah.
I wasn't as aggressive as that, and he calls himself a gorilla on the drum kit, and he definitely. Drummers can get lost, and he definitely made sure he didn't when they did the police stuff.
Aye. Let's see where my package is now.
No.
It's not good if you lose it.
Oh, I've got to take some medication.
So you bought anything exciting this weekend?
Yes. Well, exciting for me. I bought. I'll show you what I bought. Find the bloody thing. So convoluted the way you get images in this bloody thing. There you go. This is what I bought for the princely sum of, after fees and postage, £41.
Ooh.
So,
Straight into a DX7 2FD.
I know this the first. I think it's the first one that I've bought that hasn't been in Atari ST format, and therefore involved a little buggering about to get it in. But yeah, I saw that on there. I thought, yep, I'm having that, because I think, as I said earlier, I think that is the last. I haven't got all of the discs, but the discs that I do have, like, because that one's they call it the collector's edition, volume 2. I've got all of the ones in volume 1, but I've got them individually. So I've either got the collections or I've got the individual ones. But I am missing a couple, I think, from the original. They did a couple of banks for the Mark 1 DX7, and they were both dual banks, and I don't know enough about them to understand whether it was just 2 banks on one disc or cartridge or whatever, or whether it was 2 banks of sounds to complement each other, with one being loaded on the DX7 and the other one on the TX7. I think it was just 2 individual banks per disc. I don't know, but and then now I need to start picking up. I think I've got all of the DX11, TX81Z ones, because I've got both of those as collector's editions. Now I just need the DX100 banks that they did. They did a couple of those. Be interesting. One of them is imaginatively titled Operator Assistance Programs Volume 1. No idea. Because Manny didn't do all of these. He did a lot of them, but he didn't do all of them. But these are all of these are I don't know if this one's still got the label on it. No. They're all Argents, new old stock. So, when did Argents close?
I mean, 2000s, I thought.
Yeah.
But didn't it become like a guitar sheet music shop afterwards when they were kept for a while?
Yeah. Have you been down Denmark Street in the last few weeks or few months?
I mean, yes, but not really paying attention. More like, oh shit, I've walked around the wrong way of Covent Garden again.
Yeah. You know the Roland store?
Yeah.
And then next door to it, as you looked at it on the right, was Music Room. Music Room went bust some while ago, and Roland have taken over that as well. So they've now got the two stores, or the one store, but and this is the stupid thing. They both have front door entrances, and you can't cross over, not knock through to the other side. So I went in the original unit, as it was, and thought, where are all the synthesizers? Because it was all these odd things with strings and stuff on them. And I thought, I can't get through to next door, so I had to go out and go back in. And when you go next door, they put all the synths next door, and then they've got a drum cavern underground, so you can go and play V drums and stuff. And they had a DWE kit as well, which I did actually speak to this, because I spoke to this Roland guy today, and I said, if you can get me a DWE kit to try, I'd be very happy. But they're not cheap.
Yeah,
and it's not an easy thing to, because the whole point of DWE is it's acoustic and or electric. So you change the heads.
Yeah.
But you have to, it's not like a switch. You have to literally take everything and put the new thing on. Which kind of like, I don't know, that seems like a bit of a ball ache. But there you go. There you go.
But I think it was actually looking at some vintage pictures. One of the music room stores took over Argent's.
Yeah.
For one on the north side.
That's it. Yeah, I always get mixed up which side was which, because I know that when people saying, "Oh, wasn't that Argent's?" and I think, no, that was the other side. Because also the bit I went to show Jackie down this alleyway, because there's an alleyway. So if you go up Denmark Street from Charing Cross Road, you got Roland on the right, and then you've got Rose. What's it? Yeah, that one.
Roland next to a Flatiron.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you got Rose. What's the? Oh, I can't remember the name of the bloody thing. Korg used to be the main Korg shop there. Oh, anyway.
Rose Morris,
thank you. But then if you cross over to where Argent's was and walk up a little bit, there's an alleyway just towards the top end of Denmark Street. And down that alleyway was how you got to the rehearsal room / squat that the Sex Pistols practiced in, and Bananarama, because they knew Paul Cook and a whole bunch of others. Now when you look down that alley, all you can see is this fucking modern building that was built 5 minutes ago. Oh, for fuck's sake. That all gone. But at least Denmark Street's still there, because there was a time when I think Denmark Street was destined to be literally wiped off the map completely. But at least there are still a few music shops there. And
again, probably more than that. With Roland and it's more surprising that Roland and Yamaha have such big presences now in London.
Yeah, but then there's nothing else, is there? So I mean, I suppose at least there's no real competition. But it wasn't busy. That Roland store is never busy, which is a shame. But again, the Yamaha store in Soho, there's more staff in there than there are customers. Every time I've been there, that's probably because they tell you not to play the fucking pianos. You mustn't play that, sir. Bye. So, yeah. Assholes. There are just no really good music shops anymore, which is a real shame.
I don't know. I mean, if you're ever in Germany or well, in that part of Bavaria, Thomann, that is like the closest to what I experienced to what everybody talks about what a great music store has been.
Yeah.
It's like really great staff who don't care about an 8-year-old running wild and answering stupid questions, totally happy, and you can do whatever. It's like one of the best experiences.
PMT is a bit like that here in the UK. Certainly the ones I've been in, but they seem to have been like frozen in time, and they are like 90% guitars, whether it's acoustic, electric or bass, few drums, and then anything that like we're interested in is just tucked away in a little room at the back or upstairs. And they've got the only stuff that they've got in stock is the low cost stuff. You know, if you want something, you'll have to order it in. There's very little. But there you go. That's just the way of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, we have in London, of course, you have KMR, who next to all the studio stuff have quite a large synth area since like 4 or 5 years ago that started getting quite big.
Yeah, but it's never going to be Soho Soundhouse, is it? Which was brilliant.
Well, in Switzerland, it was always Studio Sounds in Bern. It was this one tiny store, a tiny shop front, and then a quite large basement. Great.
Yeah, it's a real shame that our kids don't get the that experience that we had. Just like you say, rolling into a music shop, dicking around with being fascinated and just playing all this stuff and listening, going crazy, and not being told, "Oh, don't touch that," when you get off or whatever. Not having somebody jump down your throat trying to sell something to you. And like you say, you could ask stupid questions, and you were all sort of like that. Yeah, there was always the one or two snotty arseholes that thought they were superior because they worked in the shop, but most of them. I mean, I used to go into this drum shop in Norwich in, I don't know, 82, around that time, and just pester the hell out. How do Adam and the Ants get that particular drum sound on this particular record? Because I really want to do that. And how do I make my Premier Royale kit sound like that? And they said, well, you need to buy one of those kits, and then you need to record it in the studio and compress the fuck out of it. Oh, okay.
With these microphones.
Yeah, that's it.
These preamps.
But at least they would entertain that, and then you'd learn something, and you'd go away thinking, okay, well, I can't do that, but how can I get around and stick pillows in your kick drum, and put tea towels on the inside of your toms to get that really sort of dull. You didn't want the big boomy stuff. But of course, a few years later, with Phil Collins, it was like, right, that's it. We're taking the resonating skins off. Everything's a concert tom now, and go for that. But of course, that's the beauty of E-drums, is you don't need to do it. You just go, and there I am.
There's nothing like the joy when you're actually taking all the resonant heads off, and then you have stupid lugs vibrating around, taping them all off.
Yeah, and then you got to tape them all off, and
That's it.
so that's where you cut the the head out, but you leave it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also that way you're less likely to damage the edge of the tom.
Yeah. Yeah, very true.
I mean, I still have the my '80s Pearl Export kit, double bass. I still have the original front heads that came with it, which is basically
Nice.
the Pearl logo, but
With a hole.
most of the head is cut out.
Yeah. Yeah. Ben, I should have got. Next time we get Benj on, maybe we'll get. He's bought. Was it the Pearl Export? Big shiny red thing. Oh, it's glorious. Because when he plays drums live, he plays like a V drum kit, but a small V drum kit. But he sent me some pictures when he bought this thing. It was like it's showroom quality, but then
Like an
Benji's got the
older-
space. Yeah, it's the
older-
1980s.
So that'd be the Ferrari red
Yeah,
finish, probably. Yeah.
yeah.
I have mine's earlier than that. Mine's the wine red, And as soon as the Ferrari red came out, they discontinued the wine red for a few years.
Let's see if I can find it. He did. I'm sure he posted it up on his Instagram.
And then I've got a friend that's got a late 80s set of exports that have like the single piece lugs.
Oh, yeah.
Let's say his is a black kit, but came with the same front head that I had, and I told him, yeah, get an Evans EQ2 on the front and get an EMAT on the back.
I still haven't found my volume 1 of the Mean Tune annual. It's in a box or somewhere. I mean, that's another good thing about having to clear my garage out is I will undoubtedly find all those little things that it wasn't the Pearl export. I lie. I told a massive, great lie. It was a Yamaha recording custom kit.
Oh,
How dare you?
beautiful.
And
That's
not
such a
only
Yamaha
that,
fan.
it belonged to a pretty, well, I don't know if they were famous outside of let me grab this up here. I don't know if they were famous outside of the UK, but I know Matt will definitely know them. I'm sure Robert will. There you go.
Oh, look at that kit.
That's Shack Attack's old kit. Have you heard of Shack Attack, Justin?
No.
Check them out. I think you'd really like them. They're proper kind of Brit jazz funk,
Nice.
sort of like early Level 42.
Yeah.
They came from that sort of scene.
Do not adjust your carpet.
Yeah, brilliant, isn't it? But,
Why is that
that's
80s drum
glorious.
kit on a
Yeah,
70s
they-
carpet?
Yeah, you can always tell an era because there's so much air between the toms and everything. Nowadays, it's just like it's all full of metal and stands and holders and stuff. There's so much air to breathe around that thing.
But also, I mean,
Well, yeah, because
Yeah.
everything's like, using the stand to mount like multiple things instead of like, one
Yeah,
stand
yeah.
per cymbal or, a drum rack just like
Yeah.
packed with stuff. I mean, I've got a drum rack, but not a lot of, hardware on it.
Now, I'll show you the first kit I wonder if I can find a picture of that. I had this, it was kind of like one of those moments because my parents divorced and we moved and went to live with my grandmother who lived about sort of 25 miles away. And I obviously had to change school, and I couldn't get anywhere near the drum kit at my old school because there was this kind of snooty. Are you having drum lessons? No. Well, then you're not allowed anywhere near the drum kit. It's far too expensive for us to let somebody without any training. Well, how do I get to practice or learn to see if I want to do this? It wouldn't have any of it. And then I moved to this school, and we went for the first music lesson because music was a compulsory lesson, up until you were sort of like 13 years old, and everybody, well, most people hated it because it was boring, and even I found it boring. But they just built a new music block at this school, and we all were queuing up to go into the lesson after lunch, and I walked in. And I looked over, and it was like this. There was almost like the choir of angels singing, and a light from heaven shining down into the corner because there was this brand spanking new 5-piece Premier Royale drum kit in pearl white, and it was just like, oh my god, it's like a brand new drum kit. And I kept pestering my friends. I mean, we'd only known each other about a week or so. I'm like, how do I get to play that? How do I get to play that? And they said, well, just fucking ask the teacher. So I shoved my hand up and said, can I play a drum kit, please? And she goes, have you played one before? And I lied. I said, yeah. She says, come on then. And I got behind it. And I found that all of that time I'd spent hitting Tupperware tubs or my mum told me she gave me some old placemats, circular placemats, and some old carpet, and I flipped the carpet over so that it was the rubber side up and covered the placemats with that, just to get, and all of that had paid off, and I could actually hold a rhythm. And she was astounded because I don't think she'd ever had a child express, a willingness to engage in music. So and that's where it all started for me. But I can't find a decent picture of one of those kits. I'm sure there used to be a... Because it was Royale with an E on the end, wasn't it? It was definitely that, yeah. Oh, well. Can't seem to find one.
Okay. I do that.
It was a bit like this. Hang on, I've got one here. No. So, yeah, it was like this, but obviously it had a crash and a ride and a hi-hat and a snare.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty.
My high school had a white Yamaha. Wasn't a high-end kit. Like, I want to say in the mid to late 90s before they got upgraded to a stage custom.
Mm-hmm.
Same color. Let's see, there's my exports.
Nice.
So that's the wine red, and I put the Evans on it. Let me see which one.
Got some nice metal on there.
Oh yeah. So I've got
Is that mirrored or are you left-handed?
I'm a lefty.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm a lefty. And then just a couple of extra toms from my my Tama kit, my Swing Stars. But yeah, I've got some Sabians. I don't have that ride cymbal anymore. I sold that and got the Sabian HHX. What is it? The Complex Thin Ride. It's like a 21, and it's the only ride cymbal that I like.
Yeah.
And
I'm so out of touch with acoustic stuff these days.
Yeah.
So out of touch.
It's a really versatile cymbal. Like, I can crash it, I can ride it. It's not really abrasive like a lot of metal, like heavy metal style like ride cymbals where they're really pingy and annoying.
Lots of modern cymbals are just
Yeah.
far too loud, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Or even if the drums are too quiet, or the cymbals are too loud nowadays.
Yeah. And then that is my my brand new kit. That is
That's
a Tama Superstar Classic Maple. And the finish is called, if I remember right, Sapphire Lace Bark Pine. But it's like my first brand new kit. It's 100% maple. It is a lot more, I would say, present than the exports.
Is that 3 up, 2 down?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. So 3 rack, 2 floor. I've been thinking about converting that 14-inch floor tom to a rack tom. All I have to get is the StarCast mount, and then I can easily do that.
Yeah.
Because they're both like both the floor toms are not your standard size toms. It's a 14 by 12. The worst ride is the tri ride. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those. I'm sure you were joking, but I've played a few, like I've played like a K Custom dry ride. I've played a Sabian AA like dry light ride. I've not been a fan of either one.
You know what? I'm going to buy that. All this talk of drums, I'm just like, no, that's it. Right, here we go.
You're getting the pageant shit.
I'm getting the pageant library, yeah.
Love it.
Stuff it. Unfortunately, it's not in the sale, but...
But will it sound like an intruder?
Well, apparently.
No, it will sound like it was recorded in the air tonight.
Oh. Bundle up and get more for less.
Well, I don't care anymore.
Well, we're just getting our own back. You made us buy all this fucking merch, so we've got to get you back out somehow.
No, it was on sale, but you missed again.
Oh, God. Stop. Get the full Super. No, I've already got Superior Drummer 3. So what's this? Create your own ultimate 3-pack bundle. Save up to $188.
At least no jacket is required.
Groan.
But,
All right, let's see what this
seriously,
does.
it's a nice kit.
Stop, you guys. So what's the other? Oh, let's see. If I add Rooms of Hansa.
I don't know, if you hang in long enough, the sale will probably kick back in.
God.
You're taking it all too far.
Yeah. And then later on, we'll be throwing it all away.
Yeah, but trust me, you all missed again. So.
I already did.
Oh, you did that one, did you?
I did that one. Yeah.
Shall we go for? Well, let's see. Should we go for? So I've done the Hugh Padgham. I've got the Hansa. Do I do? Do I do Frankfurt the Petties? No, I don't think I like that one. Stockholm? No. They do a lot of heavy metal stuff, this lot, don't they? Elliot Shiner?
Oh, those are good.
It's tossed between that and Al Schmidt.
Oh, I'd get both.
Well, I've already got...
Elliot did the Toto stuff, and, I would say the mid-90s.
All right, so I've selected... So 349 euros. That's what's about 299, isn't it? Or just over 300. Ooh. Oh, see now it's But this is the thing. I mean, basically, you're getting one of them for free.
Right.
I said, you buy two, you get one free.
800, 106, 107.
Oh. I've had a good year. Fuck it. Why not? I've lost the page now. Oh, that's a shame. Where did it go? I've lost my page. So many tabs open.
Oh, lovely sirens.
There you go. So let me just double check that then. Yeah, because if I go for the Al Schmidt one, the Al Schmidt one's already on sale, so I won't be saving as much money. So buying the Elliot Shiner one will be the better deal.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely sirens and stuff out my window. Another day in paradise.
Hey. So SDX value pack, Hitmaker, Rooms of Hansa, Elliot Shiner state of the art. Do I have a coupon? Do I have a coupon? I wish I did. And probably if I did have one, it's not valid with this purchase because you're already mixed. So. Log in. Yeah, it's about 290 quid. It's not bad.
No.
Right. Got my details. I accept the terms of service. Automatically register to my account. Okay. And my accountant did say to me, now's the time to spend some money, so.
Yeah. There you go.
Don't know why I'm doing this.
Yeah, so why didn't you just splurge out on the weekend?
I know.
You wanted to wait one more night.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Stop. It did cross my mind.
He does have the invisible touch.
Groan.
Oh, he's in too deep now.
So,
As I said earlier, I'm taking it all too far.
Yeah.
Yikes. Done.
Yeah, work that one into a pun. Studio. Good luck. Oh, I can. I'm rearranging my studio.
Oh. Login. Oh, here we go. All done. Right, now comes the painful part. Seeing how quickly they'll all download, because they're not small. There we go, Toon Track. Right. I see Roland brought out, or DW should I say, brought out a new kit for DWE today. So I went to the Roland Cloud Manager, and guess what? It wasn't working.
Oh, surprise.
Yeah, kill fucking surprise. So there we go. Right, Hitmaker SDX download product. State of the art download product. Edit, enhancer. There we go.
Do you see what Taffy Music said? Keep the puns up, I'm telling Mama.
Oh, that's a good one. Give him that. It's a good one. Hey, Jason. Sorry, mate. We didn't mean to crash your show. I know I got the thing, but I completely forgot. So hopefully we didn't detract.
I think that's all for puns for now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all. Yeah. Jesus, stop.
Fucking hell.
Don't you just sometimes wish you were alone in a home by the sea?
No, let's get the medication for fuck's sake.
Get him out by Friday.
Make sure nobody leaves, because then I'll have to go and then there were 3.
We don't want that.
No, we don't. No.
I'm sure you don't mean that, Jason. I'm sure you don't. I know he doesn't, yeah. I miss... Oh, mate, yeah, Jackson's such a cool cat. Cool. He's a cool cat. He's cool, too cool for cats. Yeah, he's a cute cutie. I showed my missus. I showed my missus that video of Jackson when he was going like this. She was like, "Oh, he's so cute." Right. So, oh god, there we go. 93.5 gigabytes for the Hitmaker.
Good luck.
83.5 gigabytes for Elliot Shiner's State of the Art. And Rooms of Hansa is 121 gigabytes. What the fuck?
Well, at least it's worth the money.
Yeah, I suppose, but my SSDs are getting... I could probably only get...
You should have spent the money on SSDs first.
I should have done. I should have done. Jesus. Ay, ay, ay.
I was going to say something, but I got to stop before there's a misunderstanding.
Oh, give over.
Oh, that was
Stop it. Stop it or I'll come round there. Oh, gosh. Where do they install to? Oh, I don't know. So I don't know where bloody Kent got to. He said he'd be joining shortly. That was
2 hours
2
ago?
hours ago almost, yeah.
2 hours ago.
Maybe he's dozed off, mate.
Yeah.
Well,
You know,
maybe his
flat-
supper's
you know,
ready.
Flattens him.
All right, I'll give you that one. Maybe his supper's ready.
Jeez.
Oh, there's another one in the chat.
Abacab?
Abacab, yeah.
It's a whole land of confusion.
Yeah. I've had enough for tonight.
Actually, on that note, I do think actually my supper's ready, so I should probably leave.
Go on then.
Lovely to see you all.
You
And
too,
you.
mate. It's always good to see you.
Just disappointing there's no Canty Poos, but
Well, you say he was around, but see, he had a bit of a turn at the weekend, so he was out of action. But I spoke to him today for some considerable time, and he seems on the mend, shall we say?
hope he's well and also in spirit, of course.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it's lovely to see you all.
Yep, you too, mate. Take
You
it
too.
easy.
Take it easy, buddy.
See you soon.
You'll all be in my heart.
All right.
And then he goes, just
Yeah, David Serchek's in the chat.
hey. Cool beans. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh,
Oh,
here we
dear.
go. What's he digging out now?
I don't know.
So he's gone. There we go.
Yeah, and then
And then there were three.
Yeah. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. Let's lock this. There we go.
He's only pissed off to come into the chat and start sending them. You what? Look.
Right. Expenses. Who did I pay? Team track. Right. Just slowly watching my hard drive space go.
I did the same thing when the that new East-West library came out like a couple weeks ago or whenever it was. It was like, okay, I got to go through everything and figure out what I'm not using, and like just uninstall it, just to put that one library on.
How do I get an invoice?
What, from what you just bought?
Yeah.
Did you not
here
get
you go.
you get an
no,
email
no.
confirmation for it?
I've got an email, but I want a proper invoice. But I see it's here in my account. There we go. Download. I've got to keep the account happy.
Oh, yes.
Excuse me. Right, I need to go and get myself a drink. I'm parched here.
Go on, mate.
Got a mouth like the inside of a Turkish camel driver's jockstrap.
How delightfully eloquent.
Aren't I? Right. Where do you live, Tausafie, that you're commuting at 9:45 at night? You must be over.
Stateside, I think. Somewhere.
Yeah. or no, it'd be a bit too early for like Hong Kong, wouldn't it? Tassie music. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you, boy? Oh, lovely boy. See, my voice is going. Oh, Jason's gone, so you won't have heard my terrible Welsh accent.
Yeah, you were getting shades of Windsor Davis there, mate. So.
Well, that was probably most of our first introduction to a strong Welshman.
Strong Welshman. Well,
Unless you listen to the rugby commentaries.
Well, I spent a lot of time in Wales as a child, so it was, yeah.
What was your fucking name? Jonah?
Do what?
Jonah in the Whale? Spent a lot of time in Wales.
Not in that.
Bit kinky,
not,
but, you know.
Not in the biblical sense, no.
I loved, you know what? It reminded me when I bought the Bronski Beat reissue
Yeah.
just recently, and Ain't Necessarily So. You know, they do a cover of that, and there's because I mean, with all due respect to Justin, I love the whole concept of that piece of music because it's questioning religion and the things that you're taught. But the verse in there that says Jonah he lived in a whale, Jonah he lived in a whale, he made his home in a fish's abdomen. And it's just the way that they could. It's just brilliant when you hear it sung. It's so good. Love that. I just
wordplay, innit? It was good.
yeah, but it's just that because who that was Gershwin, wasn't it? That wrote that. Was it Gershwin?
Don't remember.
Yeah, it was George Gershwin.
Yeah.
Was it George and Ira? I can't remember now. I think George did the words and Ira did the music. Because it's from... What's that from? Come on, people. Isn't it from a musical?
Don't remember.
Yeah, Porgy and Bess. Porgy and Bess. There you go. Anyway. Amuse yourselves for a couple of minutes. I'm just going to go and get a beverage of some description.
So yeah, we'll be doing the same. Luckily, mine's over there. There we go. Doubling up. Who's showing their studio on Ramsey's show this weekend? Not me. It's not done. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of have an idea of what I'm going to put up here.
Was that Robbie's shouting fuck's sake?
Yeah.
I think he's left his
so.
mic live, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
He normally...
Normally mutes it. Well, I left mine live too, but I'm the only one here.
Yeah, well, same here.
I don't know if that's Saturday. I might have this done by then.
Did Synchrotron do a stream on Saturday? Because I didn't see that come up.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Did you do one, Andy?
Somebody did. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
Yeah, he said he
I
did.
missed that, mate.
Yeah. I did too because I was busy moving stuff around.
Yeah. I apologise for not attending, my friend. Andy, you've got to stop putting yourself down, mate. Your streams on a Saturday morning are fucking blinding. And educational, you learn shit out of them as well.
Yeah.
So behave. Consider yourself told, sir.
Here, kitty.
Yes, I hear Kitty too.
Come here. Come here, come up here.
One word from you, Dad, and do as I like.
No.
People don't
Oh,
care.
look.
Here's that kitty.
Look at him. She's so gorgeous. Look at him.
No.
He's such a beast. Honey, kiss, kiss. Come, go.
He's like, no, I'm looking for the escape hatch.
Chicken tummy.
Yeah.
I took your
Oh,
tummy.
he's got the tummy.
Got to take our one to the vet tomorrow.
Have you?
Yeah, little bastard came back minus his collar and limping last night. We think he had a tear up.
Oh, God.
Yeah, not good.
No.
Still, if they came home at least. It's,
Yeah, he's happy enough in himself. It's just he can't put any weight on his leg. And he's a bit of a
Hopefully he's
scrapper,
just-
we think. So
Yeah. Ooh, I had proper thirst on, so I was going to have a G&T, and then I realised I've got one of these left in the fridge.
nice.
Probably really shouldn't be having it at 10 o'clock at night, but fuck it. Chuck it in the fuck it bucket.
Indeed.
Have I got to be up early for anything tomorrow? He says after he's now flipping well opened it. What's
you
tomorrow? Oh, I've got a meeting at 10. I'll be alright.
All your drum libraries and shit are downloaded by then. You should be good to.
You'd think, huh?
Well, you'd hope.
I've just got to figure out where to put them all.
You know your accountant said to buy shit.
Yeah.
Crucial. SSDs.
Yeah.
4 terabyte.
That's what somebody needs to make. Is a fucking RAID array that fits in a rack mount that you can put under your desk.
I'm pretty sure they made one.
Let's see if we can find one.
Rack mount, RAID enclosure. Oh yeah, no, they're out there.
do 'em.
They're just incredibly expensive.
What's going on out there?
I don't know.
Right, what can I get rid of? Or move at least? Not anything from that one, I don't think. Oh, jeez. Yeah. Oh, that can go. How much is that? Well, that's 21 gigabytes I can save right there. Because I believe that's the trial version that installs the full version. And my trial has run out. Rhodes V8 Pro.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't justify spending £250 on another Rhodes. But I tell you what has taken up a lot of space on that particular drive is Steinberg. All the stuff that comes with that.
Yeah.
It's insane. And why is all that UVI stuff on there when I've got all the other UVI stuff over? The harmonic. Yeah, I need to do a little bit of judicious ed.
Well, that could be Tracker. Kent probably locked himself out of his studio.
No, yeah, Kent Danker. Kent is fine. Well, as fine as Kent can be, but no, he's all right. He just had a bit of a wobble at the weekend, and but I spoke to him today. He's all good. And I said, "Are you doing a pub tonight?" And he said, "Oh, you can start one." So I started one. He said, "I'll jump in a minute." And here we are, at 10
That's
p.m.
the last we heard of him.
That was the last we heard. So he's probably fallen asleep underneath the dog.
Or Fiona's painted the stairs again.
Either that or Siri's, over the top of him. You're not fucking going up there.
You're not going anywhere, mate. Yeah. I will not let you. Right, where was I? Oh, that's it.
Siri with a Michael Caine accent. You are not going bloody anywhere.
Yeah.
You are staying there.
Oh, damn. Right.
Or as we paint the stairs again. Yeah. Roads. Oh, I see.
That or Lily has discovered the inside of a CS80.
Oh, she was playing the outside of it the other week, wasn't she?
Yeah. Oh, so it's already been uninstalled. And yet it leaves its 25.5 gigabyte library behind.
Oh, so you have to manually...
You have to manually get rid of the library.
Yeah, manually delete it.
Just make sure there's definitely gone. Yeah.
So, has anybody in the chat been tempted by the M4 Mac Mini yet?
No.
I was going to suggest it to my son because even the base model is a really good for something where he's not using it for extreme purposes. It would be ideal. But he's just gone and bought himself 16 driving lessons, so he's a little bit on the cash poor side at the moment. But at least he's doing it, which means he will hopefully have his own motor soon. And then fly the nest. Oh dear. Right, empty bin. Are you sure? You cannot be undone. Right, has that given me... Oh, that's given me 100... So I've got 117 gig free. Well, I get one of the libraries on that disc. Ay. So how big is that folder then? 75 gig. 75 gig. And how much space have I got on that drive? 79 gig. So I could max that drive out. What did I say? 75? So that give me nearly 200 gig of free space. Yeah, fuck it, let's do that. This could be fun. UVI. See, those libraries take up a lot of space.
Yeah. Oh, the UVI stuff.
Yeah. Can you hear him?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Milo?
Love it.
Oh, you fat cunt. Where are you? He is,
That's
according
one.
to the vet, he's lost his definition. Yeah. It's hiding under your belly, you fat fucker.
He's lost his definition, so he can't identify as a cat. Then
Milo.
how do you define him?
Yeah, lost his definition, apparently.
Yeah, but the last time Haley's cat was in the vets. Because when we got him, he hadn't been looked after well at all.
Mm.
And he was skinny and he had patches of fur missing. He was very stressed. And look, and see him now, he's a brute of a fucking cat.
Yeah.
And the vet said, he's doing well with his weight gain, but we don't want him to put any more on. Yeah, he's a lump.
Right. So before I move that, let's make sure that my Falcon is pointing to the right folder. This is the bit I really hate.
Yeah.
But I think I might need to buy another SSD.
Yeah, I need to at some point.
I used to have one
next
SSD. It was a mechanical, not mechanical SSD.
A hard drive.
I used to have a hard drive, a mechanical 1 terabyte little pocket. What was it called? A Western Digital.
Passport?
Yeah, Passport, something like that. And that's what I had all my drum libraries. That's why I say all my drum libraries. I think at the time I only owned like one, plus the factory. And I had that connected to my laptop from the drum kit. And I used to load some of the big kits up and I sat there. Come on. Eventually it was all loaded up. So I thought, I'll get an SSD. And then I stopped drumming for a while. So I brought that SSD in here and hooked it up. And that's one of the drives I'm trying to squeeze a bit more space out of right now. So I guess it's time. It is time. They're just so. What are they? How much are SSDs these days?
Oh, they're fucking nothing. Not
Yeah?
much at all. Yeah. Depends what size you go for. And whether you're going internal, external.
Oh, you talk dirty.
You dirty
But I
old
like you.
man.
But I like you. Oh yeah, because they've changed Falcon a little bit, haven't they? So where are we? I do like. Have you got Falcon, haven't you, Justin?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you like the new library?
I need to check it out.
It's
Because I
the
mainly
way
use
it's
it-
all got icons and everything. It's a lot nicer.
Mm.
A lot nicer.
Okay. Updating.
I do like it. The only problem is looking at this screen when I've got a bloody ring light shining in my face. Here we go. Right, D. Samples. UVI. UVI sandbanks. Yep. Okay.
VI portal.
Here we go. 80 gigabytes from one SSD. How long do you reckon this will take?
From one SSD to another.
Yeah, on a Mac Studio.
External.
Yeah, both connected via USB-C.
80 gigs. I don't know, a couple of minutes. If that.
Probably 20. Depends on your internet connection.
All right, let's time this.
All right, and actually, what I can do is hook maybe up to this.
Stopwatch. Right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. Oh, no. Right. 1, 2, 3, start. It's going quite quickly.
Good. That's what you want.
Shut Falcon now. And that's 1 minute, and we've done 15 gig.
Well, I said a couple of minutes.
So
Didn't I?
probably 5 minutes then.
Excuse me.
Okay. Now, let's go Studio One.
Right, whilst that's doing that, let's check out prices of SSDs. Right.
Okay. Go.
Oh, blimey. One terabyte T7 Samsung's $95.99.
Oh yeah.
What about 2 terabyte? Crucial 2 terabyte, 105.
Mm.
They have come down a bit, haven't they?
Oh yes.
Not as much as I'd like, but
Yeah, but enough. I think.
yeah. But I'm still waiting for someone to puncture that ceiling, and give us a 4 or an 8 terabyte SSD for a good price, not stupidly, because they do kind of really shoot up, don't they?
Yeah. Well, it depends on if you get them from Amazon and you catch a sale.
Mm.
So now I'm curious.
So there's a T7 2 terabyte, 146.
Crucial 4 terabyte PCN Gen 4. 235.
Mm. Yeah, AliExpress 10 terabytes for €19. Yeah. What could possibly go wrong? I've got 4 terabyte. I've got 4 terabyte in my Mac as well. Factory fitted, of course, being an M1. But I try and keep that as empty as I possibly can, which is probably a false economy, but.
So 4 terabyte M.2 drive. Anywhere from like 220 to 300 US. No.
Well, that Crucial's looking.
Yeah, they're good.
Kingston do one for 93, 2 terabyte.
Yeah, there's some good brands out there, and then there would be brands that you probably never heard of. But honestly, it's like all in the user reviews.
No, I'd never. I wouldn't trust anything to a brand that I. I mean, I know that for the purposes of storing sample libraries, things that you can download again if they do go funny, but. I think that Crucial one for 105 looks good. For 2 terabytes, it's not bad, and it's got pretty decent reviews. Aye. 2100 megabits. It's a bit slow. Well, a bit slowish. Are they just presets?
Yeah, just going through the version 2 presets in Falcon.
Oh, that's Falcon preset. I thought it was Hydrosynth.
I'm in Falcon.
I say they sound really, really. They don't sound. I mean, not saying the Hydrosynth is bad, but they sound really, really fucking good.
Yeah, no, there's some really good Hydra presets.
The Falcon stuff. Just even the Falcon factory presets are really good. Which means he's got a copy of the internet running in his room. He is the internet. It's not the copy, he is. So, where are we? We are now at 8.5 minutes in a few seconds, and we've done 59 gigabytes.
Oh.
Slower than I thought.
Wagoogle to his friends, yeah. He lives in that little black box with a little red light on top. This is the internet, Jen. Have you watched Rivals yet on Disney?
Mm.
She's in that. Jen from the IT crowd, Catherine Parkinson. And right in the last episode, she get the puppies out. Her and Danny Dyer. Oh, it's brilliant. It's so well done. It's so good. He lives in Big Ben. Yeah, but does Ben mind? That's what I want to know. Does he mind? We are up to 63 gigabytes. Oh, we're almost there. Almost there. Oh, here he is. At least in the chat, anyway.
How's it going? Well, we're still here.
Ah, so
I'm
he's
waiting for
alive.
you old git. I'm having your problem to find out where to store all my sample libraries.
What else we got here?
What are we now? 10. 11 minutes now. What did you say?
Justin said 20 and I said 2. Depends what you're putting them through, though.
They're getting quite warm.
Yeah, they will. Well, that'll make a difference as well because they will slow down the warming
Yeah,
of
yeah.
their throttles.
And 67 gigabytes. 11 minutes 40 seconds.
It should be free soon. Oh, fucking Fiona's got him chained up. That's what it is.
Yeah, real.
That's the problem. He can't get away because he hasn't remembered the fucking safe word, has he? That's what it is. Kim suit.
Why, when you search on Amazon specifically for 2 terabyte SSD external drive, does it still show you non-SSD drives and drives of other storage capacities?
Place I use one or two, depending if I'm looking for computer stuff. It's normally either eBuyer or
Yeah.
Scan.
Yeah.
eBuyer's always been very good.
What was the other one that there used to be? There was eBuyer, and then there was another one. It wasn't Scan. It was something else. And between eBuyer and this other one, you could pretty much get everything at a lot less.
Newegg. Wasn't Newegg, was it?
No.
No.
It was distinctly a British brand.
British band. There's a lot
But
of
I'm
those.
sure it was E something or other. Let's see, eBuy, what we got?
Well, when I had all the issues with Grace's PC recently, because she bought off her shit off of iffy supplier on Amazon. It was like, right, no, I'm getting it this time, and I'll get it from fucking eBay, and it was all beautiful. So
2 terabyte. Crucial. Whenever I say crucial, I just think Lenny Henry.
yeah.
Crucial, man. There we go. It's finished at 13 minutes and 59 seconds.
So Justin wins because he was a lot closer than I was.
Yeah. Right. Crucial X10 Pro 2 terabyte. 147. It's about the same as Amazon. Or the slightly slower one is the same as Amazon.
Dabs.com. That was it.
That's it.
Dabs. Thank you, Wagyu.
Dabs. Is that still going? Dabs.uk? No, that's Dabs. It was an eco. It says no, it's not still going. Okay, let's try. Right, here we go. Let's have a look here. PC components, solid state drives, external. Two terabyte. USB-C. Right, what we got? Let's see. 2 terabyte. Cheapest is the Crucial, which is too fucking slow. Okay, so they're no different from Amazon. Let's try scan. I've got to remember which drive I copied from and which drive I copied to, so I don't delete the wrong one. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Okay.
For some people, yes.
Yeah. Right. Doke. Scan. I suppose I should wait for Black Friday deals, because they're going to be around.
Yep.
Solid state. External. Why do you make it? Why you make it so difficult? I just view all. Fuck it. Right. Capacity. External. Crucial seem to be having a bit of a sale.
Get on it.
Seems to be the one that they're all the same. Scan, eBuyer, Amazon, all within pennies of each other on each.
Well, there you go then.
Yeah.
I'm glad Steve Elbow's turned up because I hadn't heard about this free Magic 7 reverb.
Oh yeah, I nabbed that the other day.
I've just grabbed it. So.
Yeah. Bricasti.
Go.
Yeah, it looks like that Crucial with the 1050 megabytes per second read speed is about the best sort of value. You can get a faster one. Be throwing another 50 quid on top of that.
Oh, that's your trade-off on it.
Aye. The sickening thing is I've got these, regular mechanical external drives. They've got loads of flipping space on them. So I might have to just move some of the stuff I don't tend to use that often or isn't that big onto one of those.
Yeah, it's just managing it all in a way that's going to be more usable, isn't it?
It's not just that, it's then you have to point everything at the new bloody drives. Yeah, I think I'll wait for Black Friday until I get one of those. Spong turned up in the thing there? No. So on that second SSD drive, which is a 1 terabyte, I've only got 3.74 gigabytes free.
Oh, is that all?
I now have 192, which means I'll be able to get 2 of those 3. What's it's on there? I've downloaded so far the download of my libraries, which is 300 gig in total. I'm 96 gig in. And that's late at night on a 300 meg thing, so it's not too bad, I suppose. Can I get rid of anything else? Oh, excuse me. At least keys, library. No, I'll stay with that. BFD. No, keep that there. Drum workshop. Actually, have Roland sorted themselves out yet?
Of course not.
Now it's not even opening the app. Easy Drummer, there's not a lot in there. Library, that's that. Orchestral tools. How much is in that? Not a lot, I guess. Oh, 11 gigabyte. I could move that. What the hell is Renaissance?
No idea.
Oh, it's a... Yeah. contact library. Why have I got it? How big is that? Oh, it's only 1.5 gig. It's not even worth fucking messing around with. Spitfire. No, I'm leaving Spitfire exactly where the bloody hell it is. 25 library. What's 25 library? Oh, that's another Native Instruments thing, isn't it? Oh, it finally, Roland Cloud finally decided to play ball. But the drum workshop stuff isn't there. Well, the new stuff isn't anyway. Oi, oi, oi.
Indeed.
Too old for this shit. Too old. Oh, come on, what else can I move? There's got to be something I can move. What are we at? 192, and I need 300. I need to move 106 gig. Need to move that somewhere else. So Alicia Keys, what does she? She's 8.5 for the electric library. 7.5 now. I need something a bit more. I might have to move my BFDs, you know. That's 60 gig there. Okay. That's hardly worth it. Easy drum, I won't have much on there. Nope. Orchestral tools. It's 11, so that'd be 71. What did I say I need? 100 and something. It's no good. It's not good. Right, is there something big on here that I don't use? Ableton. Keeping you up, Matt?
I'm going to be going soon, mate. Going to be going soon. Oh, this will make you laugh.
Go on then.
Been having, the only way I can describe it, skipped heartbeats at rest. You know how your stomach feels when you go over a humpback bridge? Getting that. Put in a form for the doctors yesterday because you can't fucking ring them up. Oh yeah, we'll get back to you in 3 weeks. So that's going to be a fun wait.
How regularly is it happening?
2 or 3 times a day.
And how long does each one last?
Few seconds. Well, the distance between a beat can be 2 or 3 seconds.
But how long before it just pops back into normal rhythm?
No, straight away once it's had that skip. Yeah.
there's, I'll get my words out in a minute. There's a high chance that is just a mild form of atrial fibrillation.
Right.
Everyone has palpitations, and it will make you feel.
It's normally when I'm at rest.
A little odd.
When I'm doing
Yeah, exactly. That's when I get it. My AFib. Do I look like somebody who's not at rest a lot of the time? But what will happen if it does it like for an extended period? You definitely need to get checked. If it does it and then stops and maybe only does it once or twice a day, then I wouldn't say that's normal, but most people will have a little palpitation like that at some point, and it might last for a few days. You know, do it a few times.
This has been going on for a little bit longer than a few days.
Yeah. So when I'm on my meds, that's my usual days. Actually, since I had that, since we're in hospital the other week, it's been maybe 6 to 10 times a day that will happen. And every time it happens, you notice it obviously, but you will get a little funny feeling, like you might, sometimes for me it's sometimes I feel a little lightheaded, sometimes I feel a little bit hot, sometimes I feel a bit sleepy,
right?
And sometimes you kind of get that funny feeling in here, like you say, maybe going over a bridge or something.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
that
because
feeling is in my chest, not my stomach.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's the only way I can equate it,
Yeah, you get that. That's what it feels like. That's what an ectopic beat is.
Right.
So definitely, yeah, absolutely get it checked out. Don't worry too much that it's 3 weeks, because atrial fibrillation in itself can't kill you. It can affect other things that could make your quality of life a little bit different. But it's not something you should sort of worry too much about. But yeah, definitely get it checked. And then what they'll probably do is they'll obviously they'll check the obvious stuff like your blood pressures and that. They might put you on a 24-hour ECG to monitor your electrocardiograph over a 24-hour period, and then just see when they're happening, and they might even do an echocardiogram where they use the ultrasound just to see if there's anything else going on. But yeah, I mean it does happen. It does. And I used to get like 1 or 2 a day. I've had that happening for years. And of course, the doctor would just say to me, "Oh, that's just everyone has that. It does happen, but it's only when it presented itself like constantly from like 5 o'clock in the morning until like midday or something. Yeah. That's when they took me in."
Okay.
But no, it's worst case scenario. If it is AFib, and AFib is I'd heard of it, but I'd never really. It didn't seem to be such a common thing. But then once I got diagnosed with it and started speaking to people said, "Oh yeah, I've got that. Oh yeah, I know somebody who's got that." It's very common. And
you're the first person I've really spoken to about it, so.
Yeah, no, it's very good. So it's, and if it turns out to be AFib, then it can be very easily managed with medication, because you'll just, the one thing they'll put you on. Are you on blood thinners at all for anything?
Yes.
Oh well, then you're in a better place than a lot of people, because the one major risk of AFib is that when those little ectopic beats happen, especially if it happens a lot, then it can cause minor blood clots.
Yeah.
So if you're already on blood thinners, then you're on the first. You're already on the first medication they would put you on for AFib anyway. The other one would be beta blockers.
Okay.
So things like bisoprolol, which all that does is just regulate your heartbeat and just slow it down a little bit.
Okay.
And that's usually enough. So yeah, you'll be fine, mate.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm regularly checked anyway, and all my things like BP are always spot on. I think there's been one deviance in the last 16 years away from 120.
You've only been deviant once in the last 16 years. I do not believe that at all.
Oh well. Don't believe
It's not
you
what
always
Haley
tell
told me. No, well, like you say, if you're regularly checked and your blood pressure is bang on, and you're already on blood thinners, and then I would hope that it would be nothing more than just a little bit of a flutter.
Yeah,
It happens, and it feels weird.
it does. It's
I sit here sometimes and I feel it go, and my episodes sort of last maybe 10 to 20 seconds. And I never know how I'm going to react to it. I'll either sit here and get really hot, like I'm having a hot flush, so I'll have to put the fan on or something, or I'll stand up and the room starts to kind of move around and I feel a little bit lightheaded. Or I will just it all depends on. The other one is I will sort all of a sudden feel, fuck me, I need to sleep. I mean, you're that thing where you just
brick wall. Yeah.
Yeah, and what I'll do is I'll sit like this, and then 5 minutes later, I'm like, where did that 5 minutes go? Because I've just, and it's all to do with how much oxygen is moving around and stuff. But it's just that little thing, that little moment that kind of freaks you out a bit. But after a while, you sort of get used to it, and it's. But I got a phone call. Was it yesterday? Hello, sir. This is Clacton Hospital, and I said, okay, because I'm thinking you must have got the wrong number. I mean, I'm not that far away from Clacton on Sea, but it's down in Essex, and I'm in Suffolk, and don't normally it's normally Ipswich Hospital.
That's because you call Farage a cunt. That's what.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. So he said, we've got you down for an appointment for an ECG. And I said, what, the 24-hour thing? He said, no, the echocardiogram. Because this is the thing. You've got echocardiogram, ECG. You've got electrocardiograph, ECG. And I always get them mixed up. Electrocardiograph is when they take the reading. That manages or monitors the electrical signals. Echocardiogram is an ultrasound. And they do, it's like when they scan for a baby, they just scan your heart.
And then there's the third one, which is electrocardiogram, which was the Kraftwerk track.
Oh, exactly, yes. But he said, yeah, we've got you down for your ECG scan. And I was like, okay, I normally go to Ipswich. He said, yes, it is at Clacton this time. Why? So I've no idea. They're obviously farming them out because they're backlogged or something. Yeah. So I've got to travel. It's not that far. It takes me about an hour to get to Clacton. Well, normally it takes me 20 minutes to get to Ipswich, so it's a pain in the arse. But that's where, because I've got an ischemic. What is it? I can never remember what it's called now. The artery that goes from your heart down in through your abdomen.
Yeah, aorta.
Down that aorta. Yeah, I've got aortic something ischemia.
Right.
I've heard it say on Casualty loads of times.
Yeah.
But basically, the opening is larger than it should be.
Right.
But only just a little bit larger than they'd like it to be. And they reckon that's down to high blood pressure, which I'm now obviously well on top of. But that's where they picked that up. So I'm a little bit concerned because this is now to measure that again a year later to see if it's grown.
Right.
And if it has, then there might be some medical intervention, which I wouldn't really want to do, but I'd have to because I don't have a fucking choice. But yeah, so that's good fun. So yeah, got to go fucking Clacton, and the hospital, Clacton Hospital, is right on the seafront.
Nice.
No, it's between the Pleasure Beach and Jaywick, and you must know what Jaywick's like. You've never heard of Jaywick?
No.
Oh, it is go to the arse end of nowhere, and then you carry on, and you get to a place where you still have to carry on a bit further to get to Jaywick. Jaywick is horrible.
It's the germs on the dingleberry of the arsehole of... Right, yeah, gotcha.
Of Clacton, of
Right.
Farage, yeah.
Right.
It is the most godforsaken hive of wretched scum and villainy. It's awful. It's massively neglected, massively deprived. Horrible place. It's how horrible it is. When I used to work briefly for the accident group, do you remember them knocking on doors? Have you had an accident in the last 3 years?
Yeah.
Jaywick was a fucking gold mine because they would make shit up and we wouldn't care. We'd get to sign all these people up for dodgy accident claims. You know, we'd get paid.
Excellent.
No, because it's scary when you knock on the door. You know when you knock on Kent's door and you hear 5 dogs going ape shit?
Yeah.
They don't have doors in Jaywick.
Okay.
The dogs are just like there. I hate to speak ill of anywhere, but Jaywick is a real fucking shithole. And the hospital's just up from there. So, yeah. Fun.
Apparently my synths are floating on the wall. They're not, actually.
Well, they kind of are.
Do you know what they are? They're fucking heavy-duty iron brackets.
Right.
Yeah.
Careful.
That's all they are.
Oh, yeah.
Just metal brackets. Because I've got so little floor space here, I've had to go up the wall.
I actually I was on the phone to this guy from Roland thinking, how am I going to get a drum kit in here? And I thought, even if I get another one of those vertical shelves, I won't clear enough space.
Kent wants to know if we've had any fights yet.
No.
It's me, Robbie, and Justin. We're not going to fight. Fucking
Well, we're lovers, not fighters. I think.
only synth mafia hits.
Yeah. Anybody else see the Poly and Play? The new Poly and Play synth? Or was it Poly and... I don't know what it's fucking called. I look at it and go, nah, that's not me. So Mike Metley has just said, my God, I can finally buy an ugly holiday sweater that I'll be proud to wear. And yet I don't see his purchase coming in. All words.
I will be having one at some point.
He's all mouth, no trousers, that one.
I mean, it's got to be anything like it's got to be better than my current Christmas one, which is all sorts of fucking garish 80s pastel colours on a Christmas jumper. It's bloody horrible.
I do not go in for jumpers. It's never been my thing. And I do not go in for Christmas jumpers.
I didn't until Serenity Litland started. You have to have a Christmas jumper. I was like, no, you're having one. And I was like, no. And then she bought me one. It was like, oh,
Yeah, you got to then, haven't you? Yeah.
well, look, you know what daughters are like. Jesus.
Yeah. Nah, that's a big no. Plus the fact I was kind of glad that the biggest size they do is not going to be big enough for me. So I'll give that a miss for now. Anyway, I need to. I'm a little. I have to say I'm a little concerned because when you do the mock-up in the software, it looks okay, but I did a few versions and it didn't look great because obviously it's knitted, so they knit the logo in rather than it's not printed.
Yeah.
And I've used a really super high resolution image, so it should go okay. But we will see. Thankfully, they do have a refund and returns policy, so if it doesn't come out well, then people won't. Yeah, they'll get their money back. But
Maybe I need to be the guinea pig and get one ordered.
well, no, I think some people have already ordered them.
Oh, have they?
I don't want to say who because I don't know whether they're surprises for anyone, but some
No,
people.
that's
have.
all right.
But let them be the guinea pigs.
Right, gentlemen, on that note.
Go on then, Mike. Sorry, Nike. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Covers my tits up. Right.
All right, buddy.
Good to see you both. Take
See
care.
you later.
Ta-da.
Just me and thee now, Justin. Just me and thee. And he's on mute, so it's just me.
There we go.
There you go.
That's better.
Right, where are we? 192. What can I move? What can I move?
I know, you're thinking that. I'm thinking, what can I put over here? Well, I can't get really much here because the way that Gator made this stand is there's not a lot of room from the front to the back.
Yeah.
So, the Karma won't fit here. The only thing that I have that'll fit here would be my NX61.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking I'm gonna put an 88 down here, probably either the CK or I'll probably stick the SP88 down here. That SP88 was just given to me too. Like,
Nice.
really cool. They were like, "Oh, you'll need a power supply." I'm like, "I got a power supply for it." I'm pretty sure I do. I do. And hopefully somebody's going to buy that Mark II Keylab 61 because I just haven't been using it since I got this.
Right.
Yeah. Like, I don't need the pads on it. The chord memory is kind of cool, and but I don't need the pads on it. I find that the action is fine, but the depth is a little bit shallow compared to this. As far as the action goes, but I mean, it's built like a tank. It does have the it has the CV in and out, which is nice, but so does this. I don't know, and since getting the VR760 Roland organ, I haven't had to take it out live.
Right.
Because I was using VB3M on an iPad before. So I mean, if I can get $250 for it with a case, I'll be more than happy. But I'm thinking SP88, probably the MX61 down over here, and then maybe put the Karma up here. And then on that rack, I'll probably put the two Quadrasynths and then put my Mark I DX7 on the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then just MIDI it like to an 8x8 interface, which I have. And that rack is cool. It's a Standtastic. And I just went into Sweetwater, and Gator just started making a clone of that.
Okay.
And looking at the photos of their version, they've made some improvements. Where the height adjustment it's incremented on the Gator setup, but I think it's like in inches, so it's going to be easier to level it. With this, there's like nothing stopping, the height at all, other than you've got basically like a stick-on measuring tape on either side of the stand. So you kind of have to visually like level it and then use a 4-foot level to get those even. That probably took me, when I first got this stand, about a half an hour to level it. And then I think instead of the one wing nut underneath each arm, because you can extend and retract the arms. So if you've got a deep keyboard like, say a Prophet T8 or whatever, or an O1W Pro X or a Trinity Pro X, you've got enough those are adjustable, so you can pretty much put anything on that stand.
Mm-hmm.
And then once it's loaded, it's rock solid. Like it will not move, it will not bounce. And talking about Matt's setup with the two Casios, they make and Sweetwater sells a wall kit. So you just go right into the wall with a couple of rails, and then you can get these arms to go into the rails. And I think it comes with like 2 sets of arms or 3 sets of arms. And you can get the arms individually, which I might do like in the future, so I could put a 4th instrument on there.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a nice solid stand. I had at one point, probably 6 years ago, I had a Roland RD1000, a Trinity Pro X, and then an O1W Pro X. Didn't collapse, didn't
That's a lot
buckle.
of weight. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can probably get 100 pounds per tier on that. The Roland nearly like maxed it out, but it's like there's no bounce to it at all.
Right. Yeah.
Which is, the nice thing about that stand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm going to put the 2 quadra-synths back there and then the DX7 up there. And then for now, I've got a Mackie like 20 channel board that I'm going to just wire everything up in until I maybe consider replacing the XR18 with a Mackie DL32, which basically 32 quarter-inch ends, and I'm good to go. And then this will stay here. Like I said, this rack will stay here, and I might swap stuff in and out too, because as I gig, I'll need to take stuff like the MX61 and the Hydra.
Yeah.
So I've got, But the nice thing about this setup is wire it up once and it just works.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kent, I love you, but
Yeah, that's ultimately I want to get. I mean, I've got more things connected now than I had before, but like my rack unit, I need to get some proper power conditioners for it to power it all. Because I mean, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. There's 14 items on there that all need power. So that's 2 power conditioners to
Probably
do
2
both of those.
If you can get 12 outlet ones.
Actually, what I'm saying is I've got 3 mixers in there, so that's 17. So yeah, it starts to get, because they take up more rack space.
Oh yeah.
Although I could probably fit them underneath, but so yeah, I've got to do that. And then I think most of that stuff on the Jaspers is connected now. But yeah, I want to. I'm not too worried about having it all connected at the same time, because I will never sit here and go, right, I want to play this synth and click and just play it.
Right.
Chances are I will just say I want that synth, so I'll just pull it off the thing and put it onto
Put it
stand
under a stand
behind
so
me,
you can play it.
and then just so hot swap, should I say, or was it a hot desk it? Yeah, hot desk it.
That would probably be the way that I would wind up, using this setup. Is I might like take the SP88 and swap it with one of the QSs or whatever, just to play it. Because the quadra-synth does have a nice action to it. What I really want to do, though, is MIDI those up to this, because the quadra-synth responds to poly aftertouch.
Right. Yeah.
So nice, another little bit of expression there that I really want to try with those. With those, And then I've got the QX3. I've got the RX17 that I want to figure out how to fit into this. I'm probably going to stick the mixer up there where that printer is. The printer is going to get moved, and I can really put that printer anywhere because it's on my Wi-Fi, which is nice.
Yeah.
So I could really stick it in the other room and then be like, all right, I need to print something. Oh, okay, done.
If I do what I want to do, which I've been thinking about a lot today, is getting some storage, and then I can just take the bits that I just absolutely never really use, and have no intention of using like the Alesis Fusion. And it sounds
Yeah.
horrible, but I haven't touched that thing in decades. But I don't want to sell it because I've got a kind of sentimental attachment to it. So I would probably put that into storage. That would free up. There's probably one or two, like the KX88 now.
Yeah.
As much as it pains me to say, it's too big and too heavy for this desk.
Right.
It's this desk is wide enough to accommodate it, but when you've got rack units in this upper section, which you can't see in front of me, I've got this.
Right.
There's an upper level to this desk, and in between the lower level and the upper level, I can put 3x3 U's of rack mount stuff.
So you got like the Essence FM, the FS1R, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so the Essence is in front of me. I've got the FS1R, I've got my amplifier, I've got my audio interface and ins and outs, and there's a MIDI processor in there as well. Once they're in, because they angle down,
right,
then when you go to push your keyboard tray back, it smacks into
the
yeah, and therefore it doesn't go back enough for me to then sit at this desk comfortably with my knees under the desk and not crashing up against my kneecaps. So I've had to sort of configure. I mean, obviously the Essence FM is only about this deep, so it's not the problem. The problem is the amplifier for my monitors, and then everything else on this side as well. So I've had to try and sort of stack them in such a way as that the bottom one is the shallowest one possible. Right. If that makes sense. So and with the Astrolab under here, it's fine. And to be honest, the Astrolab is a great controller. It's a really nice keyboard. For me, anyway. I'm not by no way. And what it means is with a 61, I can put the launch pad on there as well. So I've got my grid controller there as well. And not on my desk, which takes up a nice bit of space. So the KX88 is, don't tell Andy Brooks, but it is kind of, at the moment, surplus to requirements. Temporarily, anyway. So that would free up another shelf. There's a couple of other bits that I could possibly, and then I could take all the shit out, because in the garage I've currently got the emulator one, which needs to go back to Kent, which obviously is taking up quite a bit of space. I've got my O2R desk in there, which I can't fit in here at the moment, which I'd love to, but it's just no space.
Nice desk. Yeah.
I've got my second Emax, and then I've got all the bloody Fairlight stuff. And most of that Fairlight stuff could go into storage because it's just, nothing's happening with it at the moment. So I could free up a lot of space, and then I can get the drum kit in. I could even maybe have two drum kits set up, my kit and the kit that I'm reviewing at any given time. So, yeah, we shall see. Of course, I could win the lottery. I keep getting these emails, because when I got told I had to get out of my last house, I signed up to all of the property, rental websites. So every other day I'll get an email from one of them. This property is up for near you, and I keep looking and I keep thinking, I keep hoping that one place will show up that is a long-term rental with loads of space and maybe a possible outbuilding that I could use as a studio.
Right.
But there never is. So we live in hope. Live in hope. Right, what are we doing now? So I've moved my BFD libraries, because they're the ones I use the least. So they've all been moved to my slower hard drive. So how do I do this? Rescan. What's going on here? Rescan selected. Rescanning content path. Done. So maybe I need. Oh, this is the pain. This is the real pain. If you move a sample library, you've then got to make sure that the application is pointing in the right place.
Yeah, you got to go and locate it in. Like if I were to move the Steam folder for Omnisphere, I'd have to go in and go into Omnisphere and then locate it again. Yeah, I'm not doing that again.
Hey. Nope.
There he
he's
is.
just gonna lurk there.
It's just gonna be like.
What's all this then?
Oh, it's a quiet pub without the landlord. It's a lock-in.
Yeah, where is he?
Oh,
I know.
he's hanging around. He was supposed to be here. He said start one up and I'll be in shortly.
That's a long time ago.
And that was a few hours ago. And he's popped up in the chat a couple of times. But
Yeah, he's on his own time right now.
yeah.
Wow.
Either that or Lily had him committed to an insane asylum.
Yeah.
Well, she chewed up all of his connections.
You're real. Either that or he's locked out of his. There's so many possibilities. He's locked out of his studio. Fiona painted the stairs again.
If a dog got into my area, it would be a disaster. I mean, I have cables everywhere. So I love dogs, but my studio is not dog friendly. Sorry. It's just, it would be destroyed.
Yeah.
Too many cables, too many things to chew on, pull out, step on. You know, I have enough trouble dodging them myself. So
Yeah. I sit here sometimes, I'll be working, and I don't notice the cats come in. And then the next thing I hear is as they're running across the keyboards and jumping from one to the other.
Oh yeah.
Little gits.
Where I used to live 6 years ago, they had a couple of cats. One of them, back when I had my Modi X7, would sit like right on the empty little spot to the right of the Modi X7 and just like stay there. I'm like, cat hair on my $1,500 keyboard that I just bought. You know, well, there goes that.
or when the cats are shedding, or when they have like a flea problem and there's flea crap everywhere. Holy
Oh
shit.
yeah.
Thankfully, that's one really good thing about having indoor cats now is even though we still do the flea treatment, we haven't had a flea problem for years.
Yeah.
But saying that, when I had, I think some cats are I wouldn't say they're more prone to getting fleas. They're just maybe just a lot more active than other cats and go places and mingle with things where they'll contract the fleas. Like I had one cat before these two who was an absolute master rat killer. And one of my neighbours, this is in my old house, used to keep ducks and chickens. Now I don't know what it's like in the States, but if you keep ducks and chickens, you have, there are rules and regulations. And this guy wasn't following any of them. And I could look out of my window into his backyard and see rats the size of fucking dogs running around his chicken and duck coops. And then Trini, the cat, she wasn't huge, but she would bring in dead rats that she'd caught. And it's obvious that's where she was picking the fleas up from. So like every summer when we went on holiday, I have to go out and buy this, 2 cans of, I forget the name of the stuff now, but it's a flea killer thing. And we would get ready to go on holiday, pack all the cases, load everything into the car. And on the day we left, all the family would get into the car. I would put on my big rubber gloves and my face mask, and I would go from the entire house top to bottom and just spray everything, every room, every carpet, every crevice. And it would take me a good sort of 20 minutes, half an hour to go from top to bottom. And by the time, my finger is aching because I'm constantly spraying this shit around. And then we'd go on holiday and we'd come back a week or 2 weeks later, and then it would be absolutely fine. Everything would have died and the fumes would have dissipated. I had to do that a few years on the trot because we lived in the countryside, and one of my cats had a fetish for killing rats. So it's just what happens. But these two they've been flea free their entire lives. So yeah, 4 years, and then add another so we haven't had to worry about fleas at all. And it could, even if you try and keep on top of the flea treatments, they're not all they're not perfect. They mostly do their job, but these two don't go out now anyway, so they only go out in the back garden on a wander, on a lead. Live from he's not in York anymore, is he?
Yeah.
But he's got a wicked echo.
He's got a repeat, yeah.
Oh, hang on a minute.
Turn your speakers off, old man.
No, he doesn't have the echo cancellation turned on.
Yeah, but I mean, if he's got just using his earbuds, he should be. So you send the man up to Yorkshire, he loses all his intelligence.
Oh.
Oh dear. Right. What have I done here?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, mother.
And I need a pair of headphones then.
The speaker should work fine if you have your echo cancellation turned on.
I've turned it on now, yeah.
Yeah, you're fine now.
Oh, that's fine. I'll put them on then.
As long as you don't start singing or playing instruments, it'll be fine. So. No, he's gone off again. He's muted you. You've muted yourself.
Yeah. Sorry, I said hello, chums. Yeah, I can't work with technology. You go up to Yorkshire and then you book it.
You lose it all, don't you?
Mm.
You lose it all. Oh, excuse me.
It was nice in York. It was lovely.
Yes. Yeah, you said.
Had a fantastic time.
Nice one.
But I'm back in bloody Frome now. Nice. Although I played an Emon while I was there.
Right.
On Wednesday night, which was cool.
Nice.
But it was so stressful setting up that I forgot to video record it. And I forgot to record half of the audio with the new Zoom L6.
Oh, okay.
Which I think is awesome.
Yeah.
Sat here. Yeah.
You don't get much time to set up, right? So either it's perfect.
No, I mean, and because I had decided to take an organelle, Linstrument, iPad, and Microfreak, I had quite a bit of stuff, and Microcosm.
Right.
So, I did make it harder for myself. But it went down well, and it was good to see my old mates, so it's fine.
Good. Sorry, I'm just trying to make
Tuesday,
space on one of my hard drives here.
Pub on a Tuesday.
Yeah. He always used to do a pub on a Tuesday.
Did we?
Well, yeah. He used to do Tuesdays, Thursdays, and one day at the weekend.
And a weekend.
Yeah.
At the odd
But no,
Sunday, yeah.
Kent had a bit of a wobble at the weekend, so that's why he didn't do one this weekend. And then I spoke to him this afternoon, or this morning, or whatever it was. I said, "You doing a pub?" He says, "Yeah, go on, you start one. I'll pop in a little while later." And
yeah, bloody.
here at 11:15, and he's
not here. I mean, I couldn't. I tried to come in when whatever night it was, but my friend's Wi-Fi was so poor.
Mm.
I mean, if you watched Ramsey's show, I was struggling through that.
Yes, yeah, we noticed. Yeah.
And of all the things, I took loads of stuff with me. I took loads of camera stuff to record all that, and didn't take my cable so I could plug into the router, which would have made it, thinking, I won't need that. It'd be fine.
Indeed. Well, he's gone again. Look, his Wi-Fi's no better where he is.
It's frozen, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I can hear him. Oh, maybe I can't.
Yeah.
No,
It's choppy.
he's gone.
It's gone, yeah.
He's gone. Talk that one up.
Maybe he's not. Maybe he's just like staying still just to play with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, better. Disappeared for a while there.
Yeah.
Your picture's still stuck, but your audio's there.
And now it's not.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no, there's a bit.
Okay.
There you go.
There he is.
No,
Now his
I'm
mic's
I'm
under-
still.
Okay, there we go.
You're back now. You're back now.
I'm back.
Spoke too soon.
Oh, we jinxed it.
It's like See You See Me from the 90s.
Yeah.
4 frames per minute.
4 frames a second. Yeah, 4 frames a minute.
Black and white and 4 frames per minute.
Yeah, 320 by 280 pixel.
Yeah. Gosh, what
Well, they were selling these video phones for in the 80s at Sharper Image that would try to use the, camera encoded to go through over the analog lines, and it's just horrible picture quality. It's like the, do you remember the, is it the Pixelmator, whatever it was called, the little, the Fisher Price,
Yeah.
Pixelizer. I think it was Pixelizer 2000. I think it was.
Right.
It was a little. It recorded video on audio cassettes in black and white, and just real
Okay.
shitty looking. And so kids could get into shooting skateboard videos and other kinds of stuff with their little cameras. I never saw one in person. I just always heard about them.
A friend of mine sent me a link. She lives in California. She's probably half my age. She had a little boy 3 years ago. Her and her husband had this lovely little boy, and she knows that I'm massively into my vinyl. And she goes, "Hey, have you ever heard about the Fisher Price record player?" And I'm like, "Have I? I had one in 1970 something." And she goes, "Really?" She says, "Oh, they're all the rage over here." And who did she say that advertises them? John Legend, I think. John Legend is advertising. And I'm saying, really? They're doing... So I showed her a picture of the Fisher Price record player I had when I was about 3 years old. And then she sent me the link to the new one. And the new one actually looks rather cool, but it looks like it's pretty much the same sort of thing, but obviously a little bit more sophisticated than the one that I had, which was the discs were about 6 inches across.
Yeah.
And they had little, had these concentric grooves that
some bumps on them. Yeah.
that plucked these little tines in what was supposedly the styler's head. Yeah.
Yeah.
This one does something similar, but I think it's a bit more sophisticated. I'm like, wow, they're still producing the Fisher Price record player. How cool is that? Because
They still have that record maker too. Have you seen that? The little.
Oh yeah.
Teenage Engineering sells a rebranded one, but it's not made by them. You
Yeah.
can get it elsewhere on Amazon and stuff. It's like $100 for a record kit. Making your own records at home.
Yeah. Yeah. What will they invent next? CD players. Yeah. Oh, this bloody.
Yeah, I had one of those in like 89, 90. I was probably like 6.
Yeah.
And I think my grandfather took me like yard sailing and stuff, and we found one for like, I think $1. And it had all the records and stuff with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I seem to remember. I'm trying to remember the song. The Camptown Races was one.
That was one. Twinkle Twinkle Little Star was another one.
Yeah, that's right.
Now I'm gonna have to look.
Yeah. Can't remember what they were. Right. What's going on here?
Did you ever have a Echo Boy?
I sold them. I used to work at a retail store that used to sell the Echo Boys.
I got one a couple years ago that was working. Just play with it a little bit. It looks much cooler in Home Alone than it does in real life.
Oh, the Talk Boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
I had one of those.
Yeah, I remember when those came out. They look quite nifty little things, but obviously it's just a toy.
This one I think came out as it might have been a reissue or a rebrand because like Home Alone 2 came out or used it famously apparently,
Yeah.
and some of the units had Home Alone 2 on them,
Yes.
and that's one of the ones I
Yes.
got.
Yeah.
So I don't have
That's
like
right.
the original, but
Yeah.
it's like they rebranded it for the
Yeah.
promotion.
Yeah, we used to sell the Home Alone ones. Now, do you know, I really want to get a decent original Walkman of some description.
Might still work, I think. I have some really good ones from the past.
Yeah, I mean they go for some stupid money.
I have the smallest version of the recording Walkman is considered professional, but it's not the fat one. It's a little smaller, and I used to get all my field recordings on that bird with a parabolic microphone, doing bird recordings and sound effects, and put them in. I only had an SK1, so I didn't have a good sampler to use.
Yeah,
but I mean, the Mac was a decent sampler, but the tools were kind of cumbersome, so I didn't use it much on the Mac side, even though Sound Edit Pro was okay. But
yeah.
Yeah, the what was I going to say? I have an Iowa one from the same time, real good quality Iowa deck, portable deck.
Yeah, Iowa were essentially budget Sonys, weren't they?
Yeah, but this is real built. It's like a metal case. Had the auto reverse, which is kind of cool at the time.
Yeah.
Not a lot of things had auto reverse on them. Had a built-in, had a plug-in mic, so it's that plug-in power brand where you basically it's power provided by the jack for the microphone, and so it's a stereo mic that sticks up, and the recordings weren't bad. I also had a micro cassette recorder that still works. The actual micro cassette, if you see the movie Night of the Creeps from '86, the actual micro cassette the guy records a message for his friend on, I have that exact Panasonic micro cassette. Still works, but I haven't used it forever. It was fun stuff because I would have speed control, so you could actually record in like Munchkin voice and then put it back, and it would sound normal on the slow speed, but slowed way down. So you learn how to manipulate your voice live, and then use the switch to have fun sound effects.
Yeah, the Talkboy could do that.
And then they had the variable speed one. Radio Shack had a variable speed one, which I eventually got. I have it somewhere, but I haven't found it. With a slider. So it's kind of like the Akai sampler with the slider on it.
Yeah.
But it's just tape, and you can real time vary speed the tape playback with the slider.
Yeah,
which is pretty cool. It was only mono because it was meant for like lectures and stuff. It wasn't wasn't stereo, but it was still a cool idea for live manipulation of the playback.
Yeah, there's an auto reverse Walkman on eBay. Only $259.
I know, it's just. I know there's people out there that pick them up wherever they can. They service them, clean them all up, realign the heads, and sell them. And you're getting a really decent thing. It's insane. I mean, I remember like my first. I couldn't afford a Sony back in the day, but I think my first one might have been. I used to have a brand out here in the UK called Murphy, and in the 50s, the Murphy brand was a proper British-made electrical radio. It was a radio company, used to build radio, but after they went bust, along with a few other companies, their brands got bought up by firms in the Far East. And they would make their cheap products, but sell them under the Murphy brand. And everyone thought, oh, it must be good because it's the Murphy brand. It doesn't sound Japanese or anything. But they were just sort of pretty cheap, horrible things. But I remember buying that, and I think I bought that on like 20 weeks payments. So you pay sort of like £1 a week for 20 weeks, or $1.50 or whatever it was. And then I eventually managed to save up enough money to get a Philips, I think it was. which was a little smaller, but it was still quite a big thing. It was a little smaller. And then the next one I had was an auto reverse one, which was really cool for then anyway. But when I worked at this store in the UK called Argos, which I've spoken about a lot, and it's basically, it sells everything, but they sell from a catalogue, and all the stores on the you know, in the shopping malls and the high streets were essentially just small warehouses, and you would just go in, give a catalogue number, they put it through the till, and then this thing would come down from the warehouse. So we used to stock like 40 or 50 different types of Walkman, for want of a better phrase, portable cassette players. And some of them were insanely beautiful. I remember there was a Sony one that was barely bigger than the size of a cassette.
I remember that.
It was so cool, and it was all brushed aluminium, and it was auto reverse and the logic control, and it was just gorgeous. I just remember I always used to look at this thing and one day I'll be able to afford you, because they weren't cheap. They were like 150 quid or something back then.
Yeah.
Really, really nice, beautifully designed.
Yeah. There's a dual cassette Walkman.
Yeah.
On eBay. Look at that price.
Dual.
Yeah.
How could it be a Walkman and be dual? Must be like a mini boombox, right?
One on either side.
Yeah, one on either side.
I've never seen that before. Must be fat.
I remember.
No, this one doesn't look like it.
You put the link in the private chat. Let's see what that looks like.
Hang on.
Where was it? I was in. Must have been 1980.
Find it.
No, it was about 1983. Panasonic started, because everyone had started getting in on the whole portable cassette player thing, and Panasonic had a range called the Panasonic Way, W-A-Y, and I remember they had one, and it was quite small for the time, and it was white, but it had big square. It was very 80s in design, so big square, sort of like red, grey, black buttons on there. And there was an advert for it featuring Bananarama. And the reason it featured Bananarama is because this device had 3 headphone sockets. So 3 people could listen to the same thing at one time. And that's how it was kind of sold as this, this is the Walkman for you and your friends. That was weird. I'm talking double cassettes. I had a Sharp back-to-back dual cassette recorder, which made the thing quite small, but you had more room for the speakers than you had for the tape that was necessary for the tape deck. But yeah, I was really into Walkmans. I always used to try and get the best one that I could afford, which wasn't always the best one, but I always used to make really nice looking, nicely featured ones, and well priced as well. But the Sony were always, it's just like, it's the Sony Walkman, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, he's back. He's back.
Oh, different angle.
Different computer.
Different setup, yeah.
Different Ian.
Yeah.
This isn't the Ian we saw before. This is his replacement.
It's true. The time stream is a different guy. Yeah, that's true. Where's John Connor?
I did some really, really good cassette Walkmans that were pro, because I had one of the metal ones that had little stereo speakers in mics in them. Absolutely brilliant. Really, really good. Threw it around and it survived. Yeah, I was a big fan of them. Anyway, here we are, back.
Indeed.
So my laptop's let me down completely.
Shocker. Shocker. Yeah, do you remember those yellow Walkmans, the sports Walkmans?
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother had one.
I had one.
Little seals on all the plugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, water
Clamp,
resistant.
there's a little clamp on it.
Yeah.
They sound like crap too. They didn't sound as good.
Yeah.
That is true. They weren't that good, were they?
No.
Yeah.
And plus, they had those straps, so if you're like a runner or something like that, you run with them. It's like this big heavy thing on your arm.
But the thing is, when you put one of those Walkmans, especially one of the early ones, when you put one of those on and you put the headphones on, back then, it was the best fucking thing in the world.
Oh, yeah.
It sounded brilliant. But
Oh,
you
you
put one of
know,
those on now.
They sold it as studio quality.
Yeah, but you
Hi-fi,
put one on now and it would be horrible and tinny and the wow and the flutter.
also.
Yeah.
Oh.
Talking of wow and flutter,
Yeah, speaking of wow and flutter, here we go.
there's a lot of wow and flutter going on there.
Andrew.
Wow and flatulence. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, you're right.
Hello.
Bit icky today. Bit icky. Is Ken okay?
Yeah, he's all right. Well, he was when I spoke to him this morning, and then he said he'd come in here and he popped up in chat once or twice, and then
Yeah. Piano's got him tied up.
buggered off again.
Yeah. Walkmans. I love my Walkman Pro. I love my Walkman
I
Pro.
love my Walkman, my Iowa Walkman Pro. Yeah, brilliant.
Look at the size
Wonderful
of this. Hang on a minute.
Easy.
Easy.
Hi, Justin.
Hello.
Hi, Andy.
How you doing?
Good.
Don't speak to me then, you bugger.
Yeah, that was the one I was looking at.
I
Yeah,
was going
yeah.
to speak to you, Ian, but now I'm not.
Nothing new there then, mate.
Yeah, you've had technology problems, so I'm not speaking to anyone that's got technology problems.
I haven't got technology problems now because I'm back to old school.
Well, I'll talk to you now then.
That's all right then.
Look at that.
Oh yeah, I remember them.
Dual-sided.
Is there a Walkman Pro there anywhere?
And you had look, you had the radio insert.
Oh yes,
so,
I had one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
so that was your
Radio
tuner, and then you
module.
put that in as a cassette. Yeah. And they want $668, and it's broken. Well, I say broken; it's got a crack in it.
I did sell my Iowa Pro for about 150 quid, fully working.
This is the one you want. Direct drive. No wow or flutter on that. No belts to worry about.
No.
They're well
So
sought after. They are.
So like the Walkman Pro then.
Yeah, and then you got the DD2. There you go. Look, DD2. They're good. Those are very nice. But look at the prices of them. $300.
There's another, $770 for the other W800.
I mean, when we were packing up for Yorkshire, I found two of those little cassettes. You know, the micro cassette, talkie Walkman type things. You know.
Yeah.
They were good. I mean, I sold them. I think sold both of them with a pile of cassettes as well. Each one went for about 150 quid, which really surprised me that they were still sought after.
Azio's just found a Walkman Pro for $1,500.
Whoa!
Yeah, they are brilliant machines. I was just looking for one.
I still have my Sony mini disc. I have a mini disc recorder down here, and a DAT recorder.
I've got an MZR30, I think, somewhere.
So if anybody ever needs any DATs or mini discs converting, we have the technology.
We have the technology.
I think I've got a DA20 and a DA40 somewhere.
Yeah.
The Sony ones.
I should boot them up every so often just to make sure they're still working all right.
Yeah, it's worth doing,
every
isn't it?
2 or 3 months. Because, I mean, I have changed the belts on one of them. I know that. Pain in the ass, stripping it down to just change the belts.
Yeah.
Philips, yeah, DCC.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember I worked in Powerhouse when they came out, and we had loads of mini disc. I think by the time DCC came out, mini discs were on like NetMD.
Yeah, there were.
Long
yeah,
player and everything.
Because I was working in education by then, and we were looking at using DCC as like e-learning. Yeah, we didn't.
Because the benefit of DCC is you could play your regular tapes on the decks.
Exactly, yeah.
But
So I picked up a multi-track DAT recorder a while back. I haven't had a mini disc recorder. Sorry, a while back.
Multi-track
I haven't had a chance to
mini
try
disc.
it
yeah, yeah.
yet. But I have never tried the portable ones because I heard they were 12-bit. Were any of them 16-bit?
I don't know, but the A-track compression that mini disc used was a little bit.
Yeah, it wasn't
great.
Yeah,
That's why I got a DAT recorder, because I wanted the birds to sound pristine. I'm doing nature recordings. I want the best quality.
I mean, it wasn't the mini disc weren't awful.
No,
but I think for the discerning audiophile, they were just a little bit too compressed.
I had several sort of portable mini discs. I've still got some of my portable mini discs because nobody wants to buy them. They only want to buy pre-recorded. But I used to wander around with I think I went through like 3 or 4 of them. Just playback machines that.
That's why that was so great, because I already worried about the Nyquist issue, right? So I wanted to get the best quality high frequency recordings I could get, and I didn't want extra garbage on top of that. So I got really good luck with the Sony portable DAT recorder I had.
I mean, I used to master down to DAT. Remember that? Doing that in the day.
It just had the same problem of like tapes getting stuck sometimes or getting demagnetized and all that nonsense. So
yeah.
As long as you didn't record at 44, you were pretty safe with Pro DAT recorders.
Yeah.
If you recorded at 48K, you were pretty good.
Yeah. I think I did everything at 48. If I remember rightly.
Yeah.
And I had a sound card at the time that had the optical and the SPDIF, so I could just transfer them straight off the DAT to the computer as digital.
My first time ever using a Sony F1 digital record. You remember those?
I remember
Sony F1s. I was in a place, first time in a studio called Clockhouse Studios in sort of London, City of London. And they had some big tannoy red speakers mounted in the wall, box mounted.
Yeah.
And they had a Soundcraft inline desk, the 2412. So 48 tracks, but it was inline. So you got all the tape tracks coming back up the same channels, but on slightly different faders. Mm-hmm. And it was my first time in there, and we'd recorded something to F1, and I wanted to hear it back. So we recorded it to the F1, and then we played the F1 back, and I'm not hearing anything. I'm going, what the fuck? You were the what? So, because I was a knob, it was one of my very first gigs as a proper freelance engineer. And I just started turning, just gain structure going up, turning everything up. And in the end, I turned everything up full just to see if I could hear some hiss. And I couldn't even hear the desk. It was, pretty well built. So I had everything up full blast when the kick drum, bass and guitar came in on this thing. And it blew the speaker, both the bass speakers in these tannoy reds popped out of the wall. I destroyed them.
That's an expensive mistake.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was. Funny, the stupid thing is they allowed me to go back. They repaired them and they allowed me to go back. And I didn't think I'd ever get a gig again. I mean, it was just what the... So yeah, I was used to hearing some tape noise,
Yeah, you guys have tried the DCC. I always saw ads from, never saw the actual units or heard them. What can you comment real quickly on what were they good? Did they sound decent? Were they hard to use? Were they or expensive? What was the deal with those?
I think DCC had a better sample rate and compression.
It's Philips, right?
Less compression.
Philips company.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was all Philips. Yeah, it was a Philips thing. They came out. Yeah, so they came out as an alternative. But it was that period of time where CDRs were just becoming a fairly affordable thing. And you had mini disc, which offered to give you digital recording and digital playback, and then you had the DCC, and they were all still trying sort of to stick with this concept of portability and compactness, and then eventually the CDRs and MP3s just happened, and
because with the sample rate on those, you should have to play them really quickly, right? To get because they're stationary heads.
With what? Sorry, with
The DCC, if they're using the same mechanism that would allow you to play a magnetic tape and a standard audio tape, they would have another type of fixed head in there, right? So the tape would have to go ultra fast to get your sample rate up.
I don't know how they worked. I don't know the
Because then they
inside.
have to be a much shorter recording, right? Because the tape size is limited.
I don't remember ever using or seeing a DCC.
No, they were pretty short-lived.
They were very short-lived. We, like I say, we only use them in education. But
because you had those old video recorders in the 60s that used metal tape, and the reels had to go ultra high speed to get the sample rate up, and so operators couldn't be in the room when they're spinning because they could cut, they could break and cut you, slash you up with flight metal tape.
Could you? Yeah.
So I wonder if the DCC actually worked. I didn't know that it actually worked.
I remember lots of people were still using, when I was sort of in the early mid-80s, people were still using, what were they called? U1610s or something, the sort of beta. They were
based on beta. Yeah.
Beta, yeah.
U-matic, yeah.
U-matic.
U-matic, that was it. The U-matic.
They sent the stereo ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they set them. They were 48K, still 16-bit. I don't think they went above 16-bit, but they used to use those for all the masters. So if you were cutting digitally, you'd send that tape off to the mastering house. You wouldn't send it on a DAT or anything.
You can buy a pair of Tannoy Red Studio monitors for $5,500 now. That's not a bad. I don't think that's a bad price for them, actually. I always wanted a pair of little reds. The little red ones. I always wanted a pair of them.
I never really got on with the big reds or the Tannoy stuff.
I've got a pair of Tannoy System 8s here. Big fan of Tannoys. Old Tannoys.
I've not really heard the System 8s.
System 8s are they're not as good as the little reds. I can tell you that because I've heard the little reds in studios a lot. They're still dual concentric. They're front ported. Some people say the bass on them is a bit light. I find them. I've had them for years. I find them good.
Well, yeah, you get used to the monitoring you have. You get used to it. I'm like that with the BM15As, and I've got the BM6As as well, which I meant to take down to Kent, and I forgot, but I will do. I'll get down to him again sometime soon. Yeah.
Are those Yamaha HS considered reference monitors still, or are there better ones out there?
Oh, they're terrible. They were always terrible.
Yeah, those are horrible.
Yeah.
I have a pair of. You wonder if they're still valuable or.
They are. They're still fetched. I mean, people still rate them. I mean, they're very clean, aren't they? But they're a bit. I mean, a lot of studios used to put paper over the tweeter. Remember?
Oh fucking hell! Really? Putting paper. It made no difference.
It made no difference at all. No.
None. Zero. Toilet paper. A single sheet of toilet paper over the tweeters.
Yeah,
made no difference at all.
Absolutely none. I've got the ones I've still got a pair.
It's kind of like a wives' tale.
Yeah. Well,
for CDs.
It's really. I mean, yeah. I used to mix a lot on NS 1000s. And I liked the sound because they were loud. I didn't realise I was going deaf, so I kind of liked the sound. But then I heard Dyne Audios and Genelecs, and I just went, "Oh fuck that for an 8."
Well,
so
I find Genelecs, apart from the really big Genelecs, the really really big ones, the top of the range ones, I find them all a bit tiring after a few hours in the studio.
They are, and they're not very. They're too flattering in some ways. So you're driving them quite hard, and you don't realise. Yeah. Whereas the Dyne Audios,
I've not really listened to them. I'll be honest with you, but everybody tells me they're great, and I can't afford them anyway. But I've got my second pair of monitors, which were the alternative to the Yamaha NS10s in the 80s, is a pair of AR18s, Acoustic Research AR18s. I swear by them. You can still get them fairly cheap on eBay. I've got two pairs. I've got a pair in backup. They've both been reconed, and they're brilliant.
They're very popular. They were very, very popular, and they still are now. They're good systems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't get mine against the wall at the moment,
Do
but that's why
you use
box.
do you use any sound deadening, any acoustic tiles behind your speakers when you play something?
I did in the last studio. I haven't here. That's why I bought the studio box, which on Robbie's recommendation, which makes a massive difference in here. I mean, there's other issues in here. Like, if I'm going to do any proper mixing, I would take the guitars out.
Yeah.
And when I checked the room when I first got the box, I took all the guitars out as well, because I can hear them. I can hear the strings reverberating.
Resonating, yeah, resonating, yeah.
So
you can tell how much I care about speakers. I only have KRKs in my studio. I mostly do stuff in headphones. So
yeah.
Yeah, mixing on headphones, I can't do it.
I've done it. I've done it when I've had to do it, but I would choose not to.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll listen on the speakers, but I do most of the work in headphones, especially since I have to do it in places.
I've also got a proper pair of Horitones as well, which I always stick into mono. And
Horrible tones are great. They're great.
They're perfect for what they do. Absolutely perfect.
Does it still work in mono, and can you hear everything you need?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, the reason I've got two of them is because at the time I could only buy a pair, so I thought I might as well put them across a stereo channel and then put them into mono.
Yeah, can you hear? They were essentially for songs, not for anything else. They were for songs. So can you hear the important bits, which is the vocals and or the key melodies that you need to pick out, the hooks? Can you hear all of that? And if you can, then you're sweet, kind of thing.
I still use them to check final mix.
I went round to. I had a friend years ago who earned more money than he had sense, really, and he used to spend tens of thousands of pounds on hi-fi equipment. And he invited me around one day, and we had some single malt whiskies.
Of course you do.
And he was telling me about these new cables he'd got. He said, "Oh, I've got these brilliant new cables."
Don't get me started on cables.
1,500.
I was going to jump in here and talk about cables. So
yeah, I've still got. Yeah, I was given a pair by Monster Audio, a pair of audio cables. I have still got them, which were a similar sort of price, and I can tell you categorically they made very little difference. They made a slight difference, but not much.
What was worse
Not
about this
1,500 quid
cabling?
worth.
What was worse about this cabling was it was optical.
Yeah.
So I said to him, you do understand it makes no difference at all. He was absolutely adamant, and he put on a track, and he said, "Look, I'm hearing now exactly what they heard in the control room when this was made, so I know exactly." And I said, "No, you're not."
No.
And he said, "Yes, I am." And I said, "No, you're not, because I mixed that, and that's not what I. That's what I drove for." I recorded and mixed that,
I mean, I used to, because obviously I used to sell hi-fi, and I had a hi-fi business for 10 years. And what I used to do was I used to set this stuff up, and then the guys that worked for me, I said the same. Don't try and sell it to the customer. Let them buy it if they think it makes a difference. So our opinion didn't really count.
No, it doesn't. And the funny thing is, lots of people that are using vinyl are spending a lot of money on their vinyl systems. Now, I kind of get that. But, I mean, vinyl's a very limited system anyway. It's very good. It's essentially, it's maybe 10-bit, 8 to 10-bit.
Yeah.
Sort of, if you were to do it as a digital thing.
I've just redone my turntable, which I put a new Autophone cartridge on it and set it up. I mean, that's one thing that pisses me off about. I've got a Thorens 180, which has not got an adjustable arm in the sense that I can't lift the arm height to get the cartridge alignment right.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to do it. Why? Who was that?
No.
Oh, sorry. So I fit the new Autophone cartridge, which cost me 80 quid, and I know that the arm alignment isn't quite right. So I buy some little plastic shims to get the arm. 18 quid for 6 little plastic shims. Can you believe it? Couldn't find them cheaper anywhere else. Not only that, there's more, because Autophone used to, whenever you bought an Autophone cartridge, you'd get an array of screw sizes. Not
to be
anymore.
able to yeah. Oh, really?
Not anymore. I had to buy a bag of screws to get the right bloody screw height. It's cost me another tenner.
The thing is, I still love playing vinyl. It's not what was it? I mean, I used to mix for vinyl. So, and I used to mix, eventually mixing half speed and all that kind of stuff, and then getting them cut half speed back to front, that kind of thing. So I know, vinyl's a different beast. It's a different beast.
Yeah.
But it is an experience, and it's a bit. It's like listening to radio in your car. You're never going to get perfect hi-fi in your car. So
you're not.
So you go for the experience you can get, and it's a different experience from listening to it elsewhere. And it's still a good thing to do.
It is. In fact, interestingly, because I've only got one Kraftwerk vinyl album, and that's Radioactivity, which I never really liked before. And after I set the turntable up, I had another proper listen to it, and it's patchy. But actually, some of the production on there sounds really good considering when it was made. And I've grown to like it better than I did. Can I just answer Dank's question about the X key? So, seeing your video, the X key, the MP3 thing, is it really that bad? I don't like it, but then again, I've got a L instrument, and it's not a L instrument for 300 quid or whatever it is. You've got reasonable control over MPE, but nothing close to an instrument. My advice would be save your money and buy the smaller instrument. But I'm going to sell it. The software, and the main problem with it is the software is terrible. There was supposed to be an iPad app. There isn't. It will only work with hardware, okay, and it works with a DAW, but it's not. It's not what they originally sold when they first launched it. It's the software is very poor.
I'm very poor.
Yeah, but
me too.
And Dan, you need to play it. I actually don't like the way that they've implemented it. The way on an instrument you can slide literally from one note to the next. You can't do that. You have to use your other hand to slide the note, which is not very intuitive. You can buy mine if you want it. I'll leave it for sale shortly.
How much are the Lin instruments now?
The instrument is I think it's about 1,000 for the small one.
Yeah,
1,000 for the small one, and 1,500 for the bigger one. I mean, I've got the big one, but I mean, you don't need that. I can split the big one.
Oh, easy there, Ian.
What?
Showing off.
What? Because I've got a big one.
Oh,
never you mind.
I mean, it's the best thing. I mean, it's the best 1,500 quid I ever spent. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, right.
I use it. I mean, I use it all the time. I used it on last Wednesday. Played it on at the gig on Wednesday. I use it practically every gig I play it. And in fact, every track I do, there is always some instrument on it. Even if it's just playing piano.
Yes, yeah. So I can't remember. Is it just the controller, or does it also?
It's just a controller. It's got no sounds of its own. I mainly use it with. I'm looking for a really good MPE hardware synth. I've got a. What have I got? I've got Sculpt, which is okay. I'm quite interested in Fred's Manatee, is it?
Manatee, yeah.
But I want to play it. I want to turn up somewhere with my instrument, plug it in, and try it, because sometimes the hardware synths there's a latency which shouldn't be there.
Have you tried the Hydra?
Actually, no, I haven't. But I mean, I wouldn't. To be fair, I mean, I'd have to buy another smaller Hydra to do that. But I'm going to do that at some point. So what was that, Justin?
Get the desktop.
I'm going to say the desktop would be it. Yeah. I'd have to buy another desktop.
I see what you mean.
Instrument. Yeah.
But I am going to try it at some point. I just haven't got around to it yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you do. I mean, the instrument takes some learning. You need to learn it, like a lot of instruments.
But that's kind of a challenge now, isn't it? Because we're, I think often one of the reasons we we collect so voraciously is because we're looking for a different way to interact and a different something that just, but we're not quite prepared. It's a bit like swapping door platforms. You're not quite
it is.
prepared
Yeah,
to do it, even
I
though
did. I did try a Rolly at first, and being a keyboard player, I wanted to get away from that, and I have to say I didn't like the dead flesh feel of the Rolly, because it is a different approach to normal keyboard playing. You have to relearn that, and I thought if I'm going to relearn something, let's learn something that is completely different from a keyboard.
Osmos.
I've tried Osmos, and I surprisingly I quite liked it. And if I was starting again with an MPE controller, I would be looking between the Linstrument and the Osmos. And I know that there has been issues with the key underneath business. I think Ty was talking about that. So I spent 10 minutes. I only spent 10 minutes on the Osmos, but I did like it, and I thought that the sound engine inside it. I thought it was pretty good, really, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard really good things about the sound engine, then there's the PB12, but I wish they'd bring out that keyboard, because the keyboard and the logic for the keyboard, I'd buy that in a heartbeat. I really would. So it's a bit of a, mind you, there is the Korg thing, but that's only polyphonic.
Yeah,
it's only polyphonic. A PA. Whereas a bit of multi-touch would be good. It would be good. I like the idea of sliding up and down keys. So I like.
I do that. I mean, I have to say, I don't. I've seen some people with instruments play lots of chords and that, and I don't play lots of chords. I've learnt the chord structures, but I think of it very much as a solo instrument. So I'm using solo saxophones, clarinets, things like that. But good MPE sample-based instrument through. What's that I'm using it on? Where's my iPad gone?
Where's my iPad?
Where's my iPad? So I am using. I'm using GeoShred, and there's some aftermarket things you can buy. So I'm using Geo Clarinet and things like that, which are very good emulations of. And you can't get all of the articulation of a clarinet, but you can do things like overblow and stuff like that.
So, are you playing what instrument? Or what hardware are you playing those on?
iPad with the instrument. iPad with the instrument.
So you're not averse to using plugins, then?
No, I don't. When I go and play live, I don't want to take I don't want to take a laptop, but I'm taking an iPad. I know it's just it's a smaller laptop, and I did try recently when I played the Wells EMOM. I tried playing everything through the iPad for the first time.
How did that go?
Well, not without issue, because I was using 4 synths, and one of them crashed. No matter when I practiced it, and it was the same at the gig, one of them crashed. And the usual one that crashed was going to be GeoSynth, which was running, a saxophone or something like that, so a more traditional sounding sampled instrument. So I think it could be my iPad's 2021, so it's not the latest. It could be something like that, or it could be the fact that when I use one instrument, it's fine.
That's what intrigues me and fascinates me and has me still pondering about the Astrolab, the Arturia Astrolab. Yeah. I don't know if it responds to MP. I mean, I know it doesn't have MP or poly aftertouch, but I can't remember if it responds, because if it responds, I'd be getting that in a heartbeat. I would be getting that in a heartbeat, because it's, the fact that you can just switch it on, you don't have to have it connected to anything else.
Well, I do like. I think if I was doing more standard keyboardy gigs, then it's a no-brainer really to have those
No, I'm thinking though of using it as nothing more than if it came as a desktop control,
Oh, I see,
just
right.
a desktop thing, I'd
Yeah.
have it,
I'm with you. Not the keyboard version.
Not the keyboard. I
I
don't
don't
care
want
about
another.
the keyboard.
I mean, I
at
don't want
all.
another keyboard. I'd have to get rid of something.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
It's interesting, isn't it?
it is.
And lots of people tell me, well, you can get, main stage, and it's perfect.
I've got main
you can run
stage.
a
Main
Mac.
stage works fine, but I actually don't want to go out with a laptop, if I'm honest.
No, I don't. I
No.
want to play. I want to play the hardware, so
Yeah.
I don't have to think about it or worry about it.
And I have used main stage before. With loading loads of, I mean, you have to spend a bit of time getting your head around the main stage and setting it up for whatever you're doing. But,
I think the problem with a laptop or a PC or a desktop or whatever is there's just too many variables that can go wrong, and you have no control over it, and you don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Whereas with hardware, you kind of know what's going to happen, and you know your way around it.
Exactly.
So you take out what you need, and I'm still looking for the ideal MPE controller.
Well, it's interesting. Waggle says he's got a Manatee and not noticed any latency, but didn't try it with MPE. I mean, I do need to play it, but I like the sound of it. I've looked at the website. It's quite difficult to get over here at the moment because there aren't any. I don't want to buy it direct, and there aren't any dealers who've got it.
Everyone that says they've got one has been extraordinarily pleased with it. They all like it.
Sounds great.
So
it does sound great.
It does sound good. It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Steve Elbow's right. The GeoShreds, not all of them, but certainly the aftermarket GeoShred instruments are modelled, not sampled. He's right. They're sampled by. There's another company that do them for desktop. What they're called? If I look on it should tell me, because I haven't got all of them. He will want me to buy them.
They almost certainly would.
So here we are. What haven't I got? So I haven't got that. Open the store. GeoSwarm. So it's Swarm. The Swarm.
Swarm. Yeah.
They're sort of cut down versions of the Swarm instruments that they have for as a plugin.
For the Rolly and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, some good. I quite like modelling. I've always liked modelling. I think it's been much maligned.
Yeah.
And there's some great stuff. Just find the strengths of it and work with that. There's some really. Just trying to. What was the Korg modelling synth? Was it the Oasis?
The Oasis, I think. I never played an Oasis.
Extraordinary sounding things.
Yeah.
But they always kind of they would go a little bit wrong sometimes, and there were all sorts of little issues with them. But yeah.
Always best played at midnight. I heard.
What?
Always best played at midnight. Yeah, midnight at the Oasis.
Bum tish.
Bum fucking tish, indeed.
Bum fucking tish. Oh,
it's pies.
Oh, goodness.
I didn't know that, Steve Elbows, that GeoShred was available directly to desktop for 50 quid an instrument.
Ooh.
That is good, actually. You could buy the whole collection on iPad for 120 quid, which is a bargain. I haven't got all of them, but I've got all the ones I want.
So if I was going to do anything on hardware that I could sort of burn in, because I'm thinking, there is a way of doing an embedded software version of Windows or Mac or whatever, and just having it so you power it on and it just has whatever you want straight away immediately available. So, but it's expensive. But if you were to do that, then I'd just have all the Cherry Audio stuff. It's just amazing.
Cherry Audio stuff's great.
It's
the only reason I haven't bought many is I don't need any lots of desktop synths. That's all. But
I use very few, but the ones I do use are the 3300, which is stunning. I've just started playing around with the voltage modular as well. That's quite interesting. The what else is it? The recent one they released, the Polyvox thing.
Oh yeah.
Atomica. That's pretty good. The Chroma is stunning.
I just tend to buy I buy effects plugins. That's what I use most on the desktop.
Do you know, I was looking at doing a Synthspirations thing, and
I've done mine. I just haven't edited it.
Well, I was looking at Synthspiration, and
did one.
What Synthspiration?
That's not going to be the jingle.
Synthspiration.
I think it should be. It should be.
I was looking at that. I think it should. I was looking at that, and I realised one of my earliest ones is Abbey Road, simply because the way it's used, it blends in so seamlessly, and yet it's still that sort of slightly alien but analogy, organic sound. It was really good. And what struck me, I went and bought the album again because I'd lost the CD and I wanted the CD, so I bought it again, remastered. And fuck me, there's almost no effects on there. None.
Really?
There's so few effects on Abbey Road. There's very little reverb. There's occasional slapback delays. There's some Leslie, but actually almost none. Almost all of it is just what it is.
Yeah.
And it feels as though it's huge. It feels as though it's got lots on, and that's made me really think about my use of effects because we tend to keep, let's add another little, rather than getting the sound right in the first place and seeing how it blends with other things. I think we're all tempted as programmers to try and make each sound as big as we can.
Are we? I don't tend to use an awful lot.
I take that back. I'm tempted.
Right.
I'm tempted, I think.
Say, I don't tend to use an awful lot of compression. Very rarely do I use compression, actually. But interestingly,
I use compression a lot.
Same here.
When I went off and did my EMOM with this little beastie, and it has got built-in compression. Live, it sounded lovely. You just give it that extra little kick to the whole sound. You can't alter it. It's just there. It's just on. So I've got no control over it.
Compression is much misunderstood, and it's kind of you don't have to use it on everything, but you can, and you can use it creatively really well. But that's what I'm talking. I'm talking more about the sort of the time effects stuff, delays. So flanging, chorusing, reverbs, echoes, delays, all of those kinds of things. And when you drop all of that off, you have to just work that a little bit harder.
Yeah.
And then say, okay, well, it's not that big as a sound, but if I put it with this other thing and then this other thing, all of a sudden you start getting this, you start listening differently again. And I'm just beginning to go through that journey, which is interesting. It's really interesting.
I do like a nice reverb, not over everything, but
Oh yeah, so
a little, just not a lot, just a little usually.
I use Robbie's Underpants. The reverb tail goes on forever.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah. The damping's good though.
What are you eating, Roberto?
Just a little cheeky mince pie, short crust mince pie.
Oh, this time of night, you shouldn't eat this late. It's not good for you.
I know.
Yeah.
I shouldn't drink this late, but hey, fuck you.
Yeah.
I've only got a 10 o'clock meeting tomorrow, and it's fine. I'll be okay.
Well, I went to the Cheese and Grain annual general meeting today to see if Emily Eavis or Joe Wiley turned up, and they didn't, which is disappointing.
No,
but there was plenty of free cheese and plenty of free wine.
Was there any free grain though?
No, but I had just eaten my tea, so I didn't have any of it.
Bloody northerner, just eating.
Yeah, you
my
see,
tea.
now next year when I go back again,
Eating my tea.
Hey, watch it, you. I know
Did they
where
have
you
people
live.
outside
Oh.
milling with the wheel of pain, making the grain. Conan.
Hey, count yourself lucky Mary Ann Hobbs didn't turn up.
She's already been, I think. She was here not that long ago.
Can't abide listening to that. I'm sure she's a lovely
I never
human being.
listened to it. I mean,
I cannot abide listening. She's
Why?
all breathy. She's all,
I never
like
listened
this.
to it. I mean,
It's all sycophantic breathiness, and
I listen to the Freak Zone. I listen to Radio 3.
I listen to Lauren in the mornings, although she hasn't been on for obvious
She's
reasons.
back on, isn't she? Cause,
No.
Well, she was on. Oh no, no, I was thinking of somebody else.
No, she's
Sarah Cox, actually.
they've actually.
Well.
So, and this has been a bit slight revelation. So I've never forgiven Radio 6. I've never forgiven Sean Keaveney for leaving the breakfast show on 6 Music, because that was perfection. The whole thing was brilliant. I was very disappointed when Lauren took over, but I warmed to her slightly. I bear with her. Then, of course, she's
lost a northern accent, hasn't she?
No, she's still. It's kind of. It's there still, but anyway. She went off on sick leave, and they got in. Who did they get in? There's a couple that they get in that deputise for her when she's obviously on the school run or something.
Yeah,
Jimmy Savile and Rolf Harris.
One of them is called Jam Supernova. Yeah,
it's a good name, that.
And there's another couple. Anyway, but a few weeks ago, Nick Grimshaw shows up. Now, I normally can't stand Nick Grimshaw. But I think that when
he speaks so highly of you.
I know. But I think there must be something about the fact that he's now on 6 Music, which is a little bit more, proper.
Our age.
I'm actually kind of warming to him. I'm warming to him a lot quicker than I warmed to Lauren. But I desperately miss Sean Keaveney.
I don't listen to radio, full stop. I listen to it on iPlayer.
I only listen in the mornings.
BBC Sounds. Yeah. So I listen to Radcliffe and McConey sometimes.
Oh, yeah, that's good, yeah.
The Freak Zone, which is obviously Stuart McConey's stuff. In fact, I've just sent him some stuff, actually, up. And I listen to Unclassified on Radio 3, Late Junction on Radio 3, and whatever the late night show is. There's a show that's around about 11 till midnight. I'll tell you what it is. And literally that's all. And I'm always about 3 weeks behind on all of them. What the hell was it? It was Night Tracks. Because they play some sort of bit of classical, bit of ambient stuff. I can read to it when I'm in bed.
And does it hear you?
Absolutely.
Or
if I'm doing something that I need to concentrate, but I want something on just that's quite nice and gentle. Like if I'm doing my accounts, which I'm about to start doing next week, because I have my year end.
Oh, voiceover. When I'm editing voiceovers, that's Keith Jarrett time. Or Beethoven.
I love that. I mean, I love the that particular album of his.
The Cone concert or the London concert.
My youngest said,
I get that one.
"Did I have it on vinyl?" And I don't, and he's going to buy it on vinyl, so I don't have to. But it's brilliant. It's a great concert, is that?
Really is.
Yeah, but all his stuff is great. Actually, fantastic player, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. Justin's
and actually,
Alice
Coltrane. Have you listened to much of her?
No.
Because there aren't many women that do. There aren't many women who do harp jazz. But the Alice Coltrane stuff is really, really good. And obviously, she was very much shadowed by John's output. But her stuff is really, really good. If you get a chance to listen to it.
Who's the other American harpist who sort of came on the scene about? Go on.
There's a British girl now who I saw she came up to East Yorkshire last year. Really, really good. Played a couple of tracks of Alice Coltrane's with her band. They're called the Hip Harp Orchestra. And she's got an album out. Can't remember her name though. It's a foreign name, and I have got the album. Not only on here, but
there was an American harpist who appeared about 15 years ago on Late Night. Late Night with Jules, and she was out of nowhere and just extraordinary. What's her freaking name? I bought her album and the one that followed, and I can't remember her name. Got it on CD in there somewhere. It's just suddenly reminded me. Yeah.
Did you see Amel and Stiffers on Jules the other week?
No.
Oh, they're great.
They're okay. I mean, they're okay.
There we go.
Yeah. But do you not think that they're just the BBC's latest champion?
I heard them years ago.
Yeah,
I mean, they might be championing them now, but I mean,
yeah, they are.
But that's because their new album is really, really good. Because they used to just be sort of like very same, you know, it was just like hard, fast, shouty, good stuff. But their new album, they've done. There's a mellow track that's on that album. I can't remember the name of it now. But no, I think she's great.
Well, I'll have a listen to it because I've not heard the latest album, but I've heard some of their earlier stuff and thought, it's just a bit too. It's a bit too in your face.
The new album's
punk
really
for
good.
me.
The album's really good. Because
I can't stop. Go on.
No, I was going to say she did a track with Sleaford Mods as well, didn't she? A couple of years ago. That was very good. Yeah, like her. New Billy No Mate's album next year as well, along with the soundtrack.
I think she's coming to Bristol soon.
She lives in Bristol, doesn't she?
She's freaking brilliant.
I know.
I hoped upon hope that she would show up at Bridgetronica because I would have just melted in a gooey mess.
You would have done. Tell you an album to have a listen to. Scanner, Scanner, electronic artist Scanner.
Robin,
his album with Neil Leonard. It's down as contemporary jazz.
Okay,
but it's really, really interesting. It's a different departure for him. What else was? I've been listening to Morton Subotnick quite a bit.
I was watching the other night. I watched the Node concert that was filmed at the Wigmore Hall a few years back. I've got that on Blu-ray. Yeah, freaking brilliant! It's just brilliant.
We're very close.
I got the album.
We're very close to ticking the third of the 4 Node boxes for guests on PSN.
Ooh.
I tell you, you should get Ian Boddy on.
Did we have Ian? No, I did a podcast with Ian.
Yeah, you did a podcast with him.
I keep asking him, and he keeps saying yes, and then we kind of we forget to do anything further.
Because I'm going to say I would have thought he would have done it because he's done other podcasts.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he would.
I mean, I do know him.
He'd love to.
But
he'd love to.
I'm
got him on.
In fact,
Sound on Sound.
I usually go and say hello to him at Synth Fest. But as you say, he wasn't there this year. But I'd missed going round. I know his stall was booked.
That was the first time I met him. God, it was years. It was at Olympia 2 at some music. Like a trade thing.
When he was working for Akai?
No, he was promoting his own libraries.
Okay.
And me and Steve Howell because we were on the Alesis stand, and we sort of walked down this corridor, and this voice from behind us goes, "Fucking Steve Howell," and Steve turns around and he goes, "Fucking Ian Boddy."
Yeah.
Well, it was right across this room, and it was brilliant. It was so fun.
We used to both go to the Northern Media Composers Guild, which is done in Newcastle. So he'd come over he was Middlesbrough, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I think he lived. And I used to come up from York, and we'd meet up there. Actually, that's not where I first met him. I sent him some stuff, see if he wanted to put it on DIN, and he sent me a very nice email back. So it's not really what we're looking for, which was fine. But
lovely guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy, actually.
I met him when he was working just after he'd started working at Akai, and he gave me his first cassette, which I've got in a box somewhere upstairs.
He's put that back out again, not on cassette.
Yeah, he has. It was pretty good. And the first thing the first time I met him was at one of the Akai shows where I was demoing for them for some reason. And he insisted on teaching me Geordie.
Yeah.
And I've remembered it ever since. So you can ask me all sorts of questions. Ask me where I went on holiday this year, Ian.
Where do you go on holiday?
Constantinople. Ask me what motorcycle I was riding.
What bike were you riding?
Kawasaki.
Kawasaki. and what car did I hire?
Go on then, what did you hire?
A Toyota Yaris. But I got something in my eye at that point, and he said, "What have you got?" And I said, "Conjunctivitis." So that's it. I can now speak. I'm officially now able to speak Geordie. Yeah.
You don't know
Get us some tabs.
You don't know Colin Potter, do you?
No.
All right. He runs IC Studios out of London. Geordie, he's from North. We were all mates. He used to live in York for a while, and I did some work with him. But yeah, he's
no, I don't know. Colin.
Very much on the experimental front, because he was in the band Nurse with Will, who you probably don't know.
Who was the owner of? Was it Nick? Was the owner of AMEC consoles?
I don't know.
You remember AMEC? Made all the AMEC Angela and AMEC, all the Hendrix and the G2520s and all those things, big desks, big console desks. And he owned it and ran it and did all the stuff. And he was an absolute aficionado for electronic music, so he used to make it all on his own consoles, and no one ever really got to hear it. I think Ian was one of the only other people that ever got to hear his stuff. I'd love to know what happened to him, but he made some amazing stuff, just so much grunt to it. I've
got quite a few of Ian's albums, actually.
Yeah, Ian's albums are good.
Yeah.
And Ian with
guitarist. Is it Arc? Is it Arc? Because he does a duo which is called Arc.
Dave Bessel. With Dave Bessel.
I think that's the Arc one, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I tend to buy on Bandcamp.
Yeah, so do I now.
Yeah, rather than just doing the streaming thing, I buy it on
I only ever buy on CD. I just buy physical copies of stuff. So yeah,
I've started just buying CDs that I can't get in any other format, but I still do. So some compilations and things like that.
Yeah, if I like something enough to want to listen to it a second time, then I'll go and buy it.
There's a really good album. It's a compilation of early electronic synth music from 78 to about 84. Actually, Ian isn't on there, but Colin Potter is, which surprised me because I expected to have at least a couple of tracks on there. There's some very obscure stuff. I mean, the Normal's on there.
It's not one of those Cherry Red records.
It is from Cherry Red. Yeah, it's a
four.
It's about that sort of size.
Book size.
Yellow. 4 CDs.
Yeah, they do some good compilations.
Yeah, I bought it. Well, it came when I was still in London, so early this year.
Forgot I had that one.
What's that one?
Rendezvous.
And where is it? Number 4. Oh, look, he used the DX100.
See, it's a good instrument.
Yeah.
I don't buy new vinyl though anymore. I buy vinyl in charity shops. I bought a great album the other week, which is it's steam engine machines. I bought it to sample it because it's just absolutely bonkers. It was £1 as well, and actually in amazing condition because I thought it might be a bit ropey when I played it. So that'll end up on something at some point in the future.
I only buy new if it's something that I really, really want to have. Like the last thing that I got was Peter Gabriel I.O. when it came out.
All right, yeah.
The Dark Side mix.
Yeah.
He just released another freebie on his brilliant Bandcamp subscriber.
My deck. I used to have a really lovely dual deck, and
One of the wooden ones, not the plastic ones.
Oh, I got
no,
one.
one of the wooden ones. One of the
Yeah.
wooden ones. And I don't know where it is at the moment. I think it might be in the loft somewhere. I need to get it out because there's a whole bunch of stuff I want to play again. Not least of which is Talk, the 12-inch remix, which is a gatefold. Well, it's not gatefold. It's triple or something.
Is that new?
Album? No. It came out.
I've got it on CD. That because there's some new Talk albums have come out. I've not paid much attention because I've probably got everything in other formats, and I've even got I've like all their bootlegs. I've got as MP3s, and some of them aren't very good. Some of the sound quality. The band are always great, but some of the sound quality is pretty poor.
I got the CD of the 12-inch remixes, and it's not as. I mean, it's better quality.
It's okay.
But it's not as good.
There's mine.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
So
that.
here we are. Here's a tip. If you're looking for a turntable, that's a good one.
That's the one.
Yeah. If you can get one, buy an Ariston RD80.
Yeah.
That's the one I've got.
Yeah. But an Ariston RD80 is the best turntable to buy under probably £300 or £400 now.
And there's the rack.
And then employ me to set it up for you.
But I like my dual.
Yeah, I love that.
Different class to the dual.
Yeah.
I used to sell both, so I knew.
Then I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. So the Ariston is, everybody raves on about the Lin LP12
cassette changer, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
12.
Well, the Ariston had the 80 is as good as an LP12, but the Ariston RD, I think it's a 160, is actually loads better. But they're pretty rare now.
And expensive.
They do take a bit of setting up. You need to do them properly. But we have the technology.
Well, if ever I get another deck, or if I get the dual down, yeah. If
you get your dual sorted out, I'm happy to come and set it up for you.
I have. Yeah, I mean, I just balanced my tone arm and then adjusted the tracking force, adjusted the anti-skate, and that's pretty much all I had to do.
Yeah, you need to just check the arm height with your cartridge though, Justin, because to make sure it's level.
Yeah, it's sitting pretty well.
Most people don't do that, and you need to.
I use a pin.
Yeah.
I use a pin. I use a pin and a badge, and then a microphone on top of the badge. That works.
Yeah, right. That'll work. That'd be good. Yeah. That sound great with that.
Yeah, for one run. Yeah. For one run. Yeah. Works well.
I've only ever had one ruined record, and it wasn't by me. It was the guy I employed, and I had a Scritti Politti Cupid and Psyche 85, right?
Oh,
dang! He ruined that.
Yeah, and he ruined, and literally he ruined it completely. It was unplayable. He did buy me another copy, but
one of the greatest productions.
I know exactly. Ever.
How did he do it?
Well, it wasn't. To be fair, it wasn't his fault. He was actually testing a turntable that had come in for repair when I had the hi-fi business, and didn't look at it. He just grabbed my record and stuck it on it, and it completely trashed it because the cartridge in it was well. I don't think there was a diamond in it.
Oh wow!
I don't think so. But he didn't check. He didn't, because I always said to people that give it a good look over before you put anything on the turntable. Make sure that it's playable, and then use one of the really old records we've got, because we had a pile of old records that it didn't matter if you trashed them, And I would use that. I'd demonstrate with that. That it was there to sell gear.
Cupid and Psyche is one of those albums that if I see it in a charity shop,
I'll buy it.
I'll just buy it because I believe that it needs protecting.
It does. It's great.
It's for me. It's not only is it a great album with great songs and great production. when I listened to it literally every day for God knows how many times a day, it was such a kind of one of those kind of periods in a young, well, not so young teenager's life. You know, breaking up with a girl, long distance, this and blah, blah, blah. And even to this day, it's still. So what happened was I was going out with this girl, and we broke up for summer holidays.
It sounds like a country and western song.
It does a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up being in Italy for a few weeks, and I just listened to this album non-stop. So even now when I go back to Italy, I have to put Cupid Psyche on, because it's just the sound of that time, that place, and everything. All right, yo, cunt, where you been?
Hello, darling.
Yeah.
You all right, mate?
All right. Oh, somebody shoot me now.
Okay.
No.
You know what's in the workshop, don't you?
Yes.
Rev 2 Profit 5.
No.
Oh.
OB8
Hey, voice.
Because it got
Not that still.
Guess what's in the toilet?
Hey, voice.
Another one.
You're getting a reputation.
Recently sold as well.
Scheiße.
You need to stop this, mate.
I wouldn't mind, but the one that's down in the workshop needs to be strangled.
Is it still misbehaving?
Yeah, it's been a complete arsehole.
Can't stop being so good at fixing them, they won't send them anymore.
Yeah.
Well, it needs
Actually, double your prices. Double your prices.
Well,
and then,
if you can just have tariff issues like we're going to have, then you will have to double the prices.
People will stop bringing synthesizers to me. That could be a good move.
I thought the 8 voice
is going up with tariffs coming.
Mm-hmm.
Have you noticed prices on stuff going up with tariffs coming? A lot of people are already losing. Like companies are cutting back on holiday bonuses because they're stocking up on stuff because tariffs are going to make everything go up.
Oh, you think that's bad? Well, I've got 3 friends with. One of them's got a restaurant.
One
of them's got a studio. One of them's got a studio. One of them's got a studio and restaurant, and another one's got a distribution business. They are all going to be killed by the new NI, by the new national insurance thing.
We were talking about that tonight, and about the fact that it's going to put 20 odd grand on the bills.
On your bills?
No, not my bills. Where I was tonight.
Jesus.
No.
Yeah,
and they want to give their staff. They employ 60 staff. They want to give their staff a pay rise next year, and they think they can only afford 5%. But because of it, it's going to cost 20 grand is the national insurance.
My mate, he employs people part-time, casual staff, in a restaurant bar, and he pays them every 2 weeks because they all need the stuff. So part-time. They get, one of them gets about 500 quid is what is on his pay slip, of which he ends up with 320. And the government, with taxation and NI and everything else, and pensions, which he has to do, and that takes 180 off of his wages, and then my pal has to pay whatever it is on top of that for their pension contribution as well. And now they're going to add on this AI. He said, I won't be able to afford to keep everyone on. He said it's not quite hand to mouth, but that kills any profit I've got.
How a Labour government can actually, I know she's getting very UK-centric, apologies to our friends in the States and elsewhere, but how a UK Labour government can do this is beyond belief. What the hell do they think they're playing at? They're supposed to be supporting the small business.
Why don't you stop all of this shit for anyone that's part-time, employed part-time? Don't tax them the same. Don't do the NI with that. Allow them to be employed. Don't charge employers so much they can't keep doing this,
Where's the we're going to actually tax the super rich, because that hasn't happened.
No, it's not taxing the super rich. It's taxing small businesses and
it's never going to happen.
People.
No.
Yeah, it's just fucking ridiculous.
So, Keir Starmer is a Tony Blair clone. I've always said it. Never liked him.
We are going to tax the rich is the same as saying we are going to punch ourselves repeatedly in the face.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that trickle-down economics is always considered. It never works, but they're never going to tax those fuckers. So.
No, they're not. No.
Yeah, and
I'm
then
sorry. This is just the same Tory government with.
The sad truth is that if Keir Starmer wasn't a Tony Blair clone, Labour wouldn't get elected. That's the sad fact.
It is a sad fact. But
they have to appeal to other people outside of the.
Then you change the system. Proportional representation would be a better approach, but anyway, that's not going to happen either.
No.
But no, I'm very disappointed. I'm glad I didn't. Well, I did vote for Labour. What am I talking about? I was going to say I didn't vote for him, but I bloody well did.
For Labour.
I voted for Labour. I'm the only person in Frome that did, because everybody else voted Lib Dem. But I like the Labour guy. He was local.
The trade tariffs in the US and the deportation things which they're looking to do, that's going to do what Brexit did to us.
Yeah.
It's going to do
The crazy thing is a lot of people who voted for him, their family members are directly affected. So you just sent your mom and dad home from your original country. Good luck with that one. So
same with Brexit. It's the same with Brexit. Same thing happened. And similar kind of margins as well.
Yeah. So it was a funny if I go to America, I have to go before he becomes becomes president, because I ain't going to America while Trump's president. I've said that.
We have this Obamacare thing.
So you're never going to go to America?
Affordable Care Act.
Doesn't look like
They'll never get rid of that fucking cunt.
A lot of people were bitching about. I don't want.
He could die.
It's bullshit, right? It's the same thing as the Affordable Care Act. It just had a nickname.
Yeah, I know.
One guy goes, "Oh, I voted for Trump because he's getting rid of Obamacare, but I can't wait to keep using the Affordable Care Act." I'm like, it's the same thing. You just got rid of what you voted.
Exactly. Some people are really stupid.
They don't read.
We've got stupid people here too.
They're not. Do you know what? They're not stupid. They are just believing the same echo chambers, and
after a while, that's stupidity.
It is a form of stupidity.
If you blindly go through life, never read, never follow up on anything, never question anything, you're stupid.
I mean, to believe that Donald Trump is a man of the people, which a lot of these people do, is stupid, because he's a rich git that's had failed businesses and he's daddy's money to start with.
At least 15 major failed businesses.
You mean like Boris Johnson?
Exactly, like Boris Johnson. He'll make a comeback. He'll be the next leader of the Tory party after Kimmy's gone. And he will. He'll wait for it. He's coming back.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Fuck.
And on that note, drop the bomb.
It's going to take something like it. Something big needs to happen, not just on a British level or on a global level. Something massive is going to happen, and it ain't going to be pretty, and it ain't going to be nice.
Well,
but it needs to be an enema.
It's already started, you could argue.
Yeah.
It just means that it's probably going to be World War III.
Yeah.
It's
great too on the synth front. All these Behringer fans who love the cheap Behringer synths. Guess what's going to happen to Behringer synth prices?
Oh, in America, you guys are stuffed as far as that's concerned. Yeah, they're
no longer going to be a deal anymore.
No, we're all right. They're all going to come here.
Yeah. Well, climate change is going to be the biggest thing, and that's going to mean mass migration and people fighting over land and territory. Food and land and territory. So maybe people are looking to the future and say, we don't need to be nice. We now need to protect our resources. If that's
even Spain is on the verge of
Spain. Yeah, I mean, could you believe that would happen in Spain? And it did.
Yeah, and desert and
it's happening again. Apparently, there's more storms coming, and there's already a lot of political unrest out there.
Yeah,
and the Spanish have been known to lose their shit in the past.
Every now.
Well, throwing mud at the king isn't a good move, is it? For a start.
No,
it was a fucking brilliant move.
It was, but in one
great.
sense, but
yeah,
he made the point.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Right. What's that?
Oh, very nice, very nice.
What's that?
Oh, is that the bass? Oh, look, that's lovely.
So there's the USB. Can you see that? The USB.
Yeah.
That's your touch point there.
Oh,
Very nice. Very nice indeed. So they're coming along.
Jolly good.
It's really,
I want my one. I want my one.
there'll be enough for everyone.
Good.
I hope.
I'll pay. I'll pay.
Oh, mate. God, I really look how I feel.
You look tired, mate.
feel-
I'll say that for you.
No.
You do
I
look
feel how
tired.
you look.
Oh, I haven't slept properly. 4 or 5
No.
days.
Do you know what you're missing, Kent?
Yeah.
You're
I put it
missing
down
a
somewhere, I can't remember
handlebar.
where I left it.
You're missing a handlebar moustache, a white one. Make you look like Wyatt Earp.
Yeah. Told my way. No, do you know what? I went into the workshop this morning and I went, oh, okay, there's the screwdrivers. There's a soldering station, desoldering station. Yeah. Now, where's my bottle of enthusiasm and my creativeness cream? No, it's
That's right. I think I need sometimes
It's
a
called
creativeness
cocaine.
cream.
yeah. I just need it. If I can just find a nice big tub of could give a shit, I'd be really on my way again. But I just go down here to see that 8 voice and go,
No. I thought you got to the bottom of that, finding the other power supply in the second keyboard. On the 8 voice?
Underneath the sequencer.
oh, yes, there was that. But what it does at the moment is it's decided that voice 8 is always in the sequence, no matter which voice you're on.
Oh.
So you go through the voices, and 8 is always playing. So it's getting gate data all the time, even when it's supposed to be saying, not available, not available, not available. 7 times, and then go available. So, and what it does
Is it
gate
crosstalk?
before only does a quick trigger jump. No, it's literally separate circuits on the boards. Each board. There's 4 boards stacked together. Each one holds an odd and an even voice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8. So they're all separate, but they do kind of meet up on the programmer boards, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And we've confirmed that the programmer will function if it gets the correct data from the keyboard controller. And the keyboard controller is saying, no, voice 8 is not all the time.
Hey, Kent, was this worked on by somebody else? Could they have screwed some shit up?
No, I don't think so.
Probably.
I don't think this has ever been looked at.
Oh, I see.
And the one that's in the toilet, no idea. I'm not entirely sure about the history of that one at all.
Is it the same? Is it the same voice architecture in that?
Yeah. There's only that.
Could you try?
But that's it. That's it.
Could you try swapping over the boards just to see if that makes a difference?
That's normally what we would call a last ditch attempt, because when you take a board out and you swap it over to see if it works differently in a different synth, sometimes you can cause problems.
Yeah.
Why has that gone bang?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just to keep it together. But I hear you.
Have you swapped over the voice cards in the 8 so that you swap the 7 and 8 or whatever it is for 5?
No, it's not the same, because I can trigger the 7s remotely, no problem. But when they go through the keyboard controller, 7/8 has to fire every time. But it also means that it steals the gate from voice 7. All voice 7 does, when you're supposed to be playing voice 7, it flips on and off almost instantaneously, and then 8 takes over.
So that sounds like it's the logic from the keyboard, then the keyboard controller.
Yeah. And the logic on the keyboard controllers is, how can I put this nicely? Flawed.
Toast.
No, the design is slightly flawed, if I'm honest.
Were there different variants of it?
No. They didn't make them that long. No, you made it 2-3 years. They knocked it on the head. So, no, it's unusual to have 2 8 voices in the house at the same time. I think that's a first. But there's a 4 voice here as well. So, oh no, 2 4 voices here. So technically, there's 3 8.
So you've got 32, 24 voices. 24 voices.
Yeah, there's a mono sound.
Yeah.
But there again, I had 16 CS80s here at once, so I mean that's a hell of a mono. If I did mono conversions on the ball, I could probably get people in those monitoring stations going, "My God, Krakatoa's going off."
Sounds like an anaglyph to me.
Indeed. Yeah. So there's an OB8 in the front room as well that's been an absolute arse for no apparent reason. A Trident that's been a bitch, and mate, I don't know what's up with this Trident. It's just mental.
Might be where I threw the tennis ball at it the other day.
Well, what I'm seeing now is I'm seeing faults in these things that go beyond what they ever used to do.
Oh.
You used to get common faults. So, like, somebody could phone up and say, "Oh, I've got this mini Moog, and when I do this, this, and this happens." I go, "Yeah, I know what that is. That's cool. Get it down. We'll have that sorted in no time." Now you're getting Synth coming in and go, "Oh, it does this," and you're going, "What? Really? I wonder why it's doing that." And then you go looking, and it's some really bizarre bloody thing has gone wrong there.
Age of components.
Age of the design. The electronics themselves are starting to create faults that they would have never have exhibited before, simply through age and wear. So it's getting sticky now. It's getting difficult.
Sorry, are we talking about Synth here or me?
What would appear to be a straightforward problem now, it's a flip of a coin if it is straightforward or not.
Yeah.
And so it's starting to get a bit flaky now. I mean, you saw that mini Moog where when you turn the headphone volume up, the pitch drops.
Yeah.
That's 2 systems not related to each other in any way whatsoever. You know, it's just like, but all the other knobs do not make the pitch go down. Only the headphone one.
Voltage robbing or something, isn't it? Power rail robbing.
It was a FET that decided that it would work in certain ways, but if there was any impedance in the circuit, do you know what? I can't be asked. I'm going to work half.
Really?
Oh, yeah. So you replacing components where the tester was saying worked perfectly. Yeah, it worked. Yeah, but I'm going to replace you anyway. But when you have to start doing that with every component on the board, especially effects we can't even buy anymore, it starts getting a bit difficult.
Yeah.
And the idea of going into manufacturing now is becoming more and more attractive with every day that passes.
Yeah.
Because at least if I design something, I'll know how it's supposed to fucking work.
Yeah, cardboard. I'll have a cardboard anaglyph.
Yeah, cardboard anaglyph VCO.
That'll work.
It's recyclable.
It is. All you need now is a magazine to promote it and charge 150 quid for the diagrams, and then 60 billion for the components.
Yeah. I mean,